There he is. Okay. We will, if we can come to order, we'll call this regular meeting of the City Council to order at 6:32. And with that, I'll have the clerk call roll.
Sure. Councilmember Lyons?
Here.
Councilmember San Antonio?
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara?
Present.
Mayor Ehlers?
Here.
Record will show all members of the council are present tonight.
And if you can, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. Okay, we have three special presentations and proclamations today. First one is proclamation in recognition of the 35th anniversary of Escondido Creek Conservancy. So let's see, who's here from the Conservancy? Meet me over here. Hello, and you are?
Richard Murphy.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So, boy, 35 years, that's gone by quickly. So we have a proclamation today for the Escondido Creek Conservancy's 35th anniversary. Whereas in 2026, the Escondido Creek Conservancy proudly celebrates 35 years of active habitat restoration, environmental conservation, fostering stewardship, outdoor education and community engagement, sustaining a lasting legacy of protecting the natural resources and open spaces that enrich North County, San Diego. And whereas since 1991, the Escondido Creek Conservancy has advocated for the restoration and preservation of local ecosystems, connecting more than 30,000 students to nature through environmental education programs, has protected over 7,000 acres of wildland in perpetuity, and currently manages over 3,000 acres that span from the top of Lake Wolford down to the San Elijo Lagoon. And whereas the Escondido Creek Conservancy's conservation efforts link and protect inland natural resources, urban communities, and coastal habitats, reflecting that healthy watersheds, thriving wildlife corridors, and clean waterways are essential to the environmental health, quality of life, and biodiversity throughout San Diego. And whereas by protecting natural resources upstream and throughout the watershed, the Escondido Creek Conservancy helps reduce runoff and pollution entering the Escondido Creek, flowing through the San Elijo Lagoon, and entering Cardiff Reef, thereby enhancing water quality, protecting valuable coastal resources and species, as well as educating communities that upstream watersheds flow directly into the ocean. And whereas the Leomar Preserve in and near the city of Encinitas, now encompassing more than 278 acres, serves as a critical wildlife corridor connecting a chain of protected lands, helping to preserve native habitats such as the disappearing coastal sage scrub and support the movement and survival of rare and sensitive species, including the coastal California gnatcatcher and, if I can only turn the page, there we go. And whereas through partnerships with public agencies, foundations, private landowners, donors, volunteers, educators, and various community members, the Escondido Creek Conservancy continues to advance its mission of conservation, habitat restoration, environmental education, and watershed protection from ridge to reef. And one last whereas. And whereas during this milestone year, a generous private donor has pledged to match every donation dollar per dollar up to $1 million, doubling the impact of every contribution, accelerating land conservation, transforming outdoor education, and directly supporting restoration at a critical moment for our region. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Bruce Ehlers, Mayor in the City of Encinitas, along with all the City Council members, value natural landscapes, and hereby congratulate the Escondido Creek Conservancy on the celebration of its 35th anniversary and commend the organization for its extraordinary and vital commitment to protecting our open spaces, preserving wild habitat, enhancing water quality, and connecting communities to nature, and ensuring that future generations may enjoy the natural beauty and vibrant ecological richness of our region. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll give you a chance to say a few words if you'd like.
Thank you very much. We have a very brief presentation that's more eloquent than I am. So we'll do that, and as opposed to me giving a presentation, I would just say one of our very first purchases of land was here in Encinitas, and the Boomin was part of the Boomin Ranch. And as a graduate of Capri and Oak Crest and San Diego, it's quite a privilege to be here representing Escondido at the council meeting in Encinitas. Thank you very much.
Very good. And let's get the council down here. We'll take a picture. Yep. And I'm going to hand this off, and then we'll let you do your presentation.
About keeping North San Diego County the special place we love. For over 35 years, the Escondido Creek Conservancy has protected the lands and waters that define this region. From habitat protection to outdoor education, the Conservancy's work connects people to the land, water, and to each other. With strong community support, the Escondido Creek Conservancy has helped keep more than 7,000 acres in North County forever wild. The Conservancy currently owns and manages 9 wildlife preserves and has inspired over 30,000 students to love nature through its outdoor education programs and has partners with hundreds of volunteers. What happens upstream shapes everything downstream, from the ridges above our creeks to valleys and through communities, all the way to Cardiff Reef. North San Diego County will continue to grow, and that means protecting clean water, healthy wildlands, and thriving communities has never mattered more. In honor of the Conservancy's 35th anniversary, a generous donor is matching every gift in 2026, dollar for dollar, up to $1 million. This is our moment today to protect what matters tomorrow. So join us. Donate today and double your impact for the next generation.
Thank you. So the next item 4C is presentation of an update on the Leucadia Streetscape Segment C project.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Eller, City Council, and City Manager. We are here to discuss an update for the Streetscape Segment C and the 101 Drainage update. My name is Matt Wadelski. I am the Assistant Director of Engineering. Along with me is Dan Nutter, the Director of Engineering. Next to Dan is Lisa Adams, our Streetscape Project Manager. And then on the end is Ben Stryker, our Principal Engineer for the CIP section. So a quick review here. Streetscape, when we talk about it, it's two sides. It's a roadway improvement and it's a drainage improvement. So the roadway improvements that are happening with Segment C are the asphalt paving and curb gutter and median improvements are going on from La Costa to Jupiter Avenue. On the west side of this section of the corridor, we're looking to install sidewalks and lighting along with this. In the median areas and some places on the west side, there will be tree installation and irrigation has been installed. On the surface streets, we're installing drainage inlets that will connect to our big 60-inch pipe that is underneath the 101. And currently, there's water line and sewer improvements that have gone on, along with the bus shelters. So now the drainage improvements, we talk about this side of it. This is 4,000 feet of 60 and 66-inch storm drain pipe that has gone all the way from La Costa to Jupiter Avenue right now. And again, just to remind everybody, 60 and 66-inch, that's 5 feet tall, 5 feet 6 inches tall. So that's pretty big storm drain pipe when we're talking about that. The drainage improvements also included a jack and bore, which is what we do. And instead of digging a trench through the intersection of La Costa Avenue and Highway 101, we did a jack and bore underneath that so the intersection did not have to be shut down. There was significant groundwater, and trench shoring was over 30 feet deep for most all of this 4,000 feet pipe. Just want to point everybody, if you can look at the picture, it might be a little tough if you can zoom in when you can get a chance. That's a 35-foot deep hole. That's a person standing down at the bottom. And this contract, we've installed 4,000 feet of this. So that's what this was involved. I know before councils have looked at this, but I wanted to bring this back to everybody to see. The portion from La Costa Avenue, Ponto Beach, up to Moorgate Avenue was included for the big pipe drainage in our initial bid that was awarded in September of 2023. In 2024, when the council was looking for extra funding and trying to add all of the drainage pipe to it, we finally got that opportunity. So in June of 2024, the large 60-inch pipe was added to this project to go all the way from Moorgate all the way to Jupiter Avenue for the entire segment of this portion of the project. That added a significant amount of work and time to the project. So let's talk about what we have done today so far. Currently, right now, again, we have installed all 4,000 feet of that large 66-inch pipe, and it's on the east side of the 101 in the northbound lane. As everybody who has driven knows, there are two half roundabouts at Jupiter and Grandview Street on the east side, and that is carrying traffic today. We have all of the asphalt paving and striping on the eastbound lane for northbound traffic that is installed to date. As I said, we did complete 220 feet of 36-inch jack and bore, as we call, underneath the intersection of La Costa and 101 to get that final connection over to Ponto Beach. And then we've also installed 1,000 feet of a new water line from Jupiter to Avocado. That is scheduled to go online by mid next week, just to let everybody know. Currently, right now, what are we doing on streetscape? It's mainly on the west side, again, running from La Costa to Jupiter. We need to get the curb gutter and sidewalks installed. We have to get the driveways installed for all those businesses and residents. We have to get the laterals installed because we want the street drainage to get to that 60-inch pipe that's underneath the 101. And we have water valves that we're getting installed right now to finalize all the utility connections. Explain the traffic control. I know some of the residents have probably been there, maybe found it confusing. So if the east side, as we said, the work has been done and it's been open for a while. So if you're going southbound from La Costa Avenue through the corridor, all of the through traffic right now has been directed to the median lane, which is the lane which is closest to the median, as what we call. The westbound lane right now, for the most part, has been shut down because that's where a lot of this storm drain work and the water line work is going on. From Grandview over to La Costa, driveways have been cut for all of the businesses and all of the residents right now across that westbound lane. So residents do have access and the businesses do have access to their properties. When we go from Grandview down to Jupiter, once you get to Grandview, there is an opening so local traffic and businesses can go into the westbound lane while through traffic can continue on the median lane. Over at Avocado and at Jupiter, that is where the traffic has the opportunity to get back onto the median lane as they go through. If you look on the picture in the upper right, you see this is just south of La Costa Avenue where the traffic starts to be channeled into the median lane only, and the westbound lane is closed. The next picture you see below that, that is right at the Roberto's Taco Shop and all the other businesses there. The driveway has been cut, so the businesses do have access there. Public outreach, we have done a lot, and what we have learned is we want to do a lot more now. Just want to let everybody know just last Monday, we held a personal meeting over at Bar Leucadian with a lot of the business owners in the morning, and it was very productive. We're happy. We're looking forward to continuing to do that. Throughout this project from January until now, the city has put out 16,000 e-blasts over on emails for all the businesses and residents that have been listed for it. We have utilized social media, and we are planning to do a lot more of that. What we're finding now is the community seems to be wanting a lot more of that. So we are planning until the end of the project to beef up our efforts on that. Whenever the project has had a major change happen with traffic, the contractor has put door hangers on the residents and on the businesses all throughout the corridor. So, and we will continue to do that. And then a new program we started is every Tuesday, our project manager and one of the representatives from the contractor are canvassing all of the businesses on the 101. They do it on every Tuesday. They've done it 3 times now so far, and we're finding some really good feedback with that. And lastly, I encourage everybody, if you care to, you can go to the project website, and on there is monthly drone footage where you can open up and watch the video, as each month we've had the corridor flown with a drone. And so that information is also available to everybody on the public. So how do we finish up? We got to finish the roundabouts, obviously. We built the east side. We got to build those west sides so they work completely. We got to finish all the utility connections, again, on the west side, the water line being connected on the southern portion here in the next week. We're planning to get 116 trees and 45 streetlights on that west side all the way between La Costa and Jupiter, so that's going to be really beneficial. The irrigation and mulch needs to be installed in the landscape areas of the project because the landscaping was not added to this contract since that was an additive alternate. So we have landscaping, we have irrigation coming in and mulch coming in, but we have to get that done. And lastly, we have to get the final asphalt paving for both the north and the southbound, the signing and striping all the way La Costa to Jupiter. And now I will turn this over to our director, Dan Nutter.
All right, so construction has its challenges. One of the unique things about this project is most construction projects, you have one challenge, maybe 2. This project has a lot of challenges. It is a very unique project. It's 4/5 of a mile in length on a major corridor, doing extremely complex improvements. And that's a challenge in and of itself. One thing that I'm very, very proud of from not only the engineering team, but also having the support of City Council is we've made a huge effort to ensure that we are never shutting down Highway 101. A large project like this, you typically would shut down the roadway throughout construction and have a detour. That is part of the difficulty. That's part of why construction's lasted a little bit longer than any of us would like. But I do want to really emphasize that that's been an important element. The next challenge is Highway 101 is over 100 years old. We have a slew of utilities under the 101 that's just as old, if not older. The challenge in that is when we are developing our design for a project like this, we rely on what we call as-built information, so record drawings. A lot of these record drawings don't exist. So as the contractor is going through construction, especially when you're digging a 30 to 40 foot deep trench, you unfortunately uncover things that you were not anticipating. So that is an added challenge. On the west side of 101, we have a lot of businesses and residents that we are up close and personal with. So again, our goal is to mitigate as much as we can the interference that our contractor has with any of the businesses and residents. Unfortunately, construction, it's an involved aspect of a project, and it does impact people. And I really wish that I could, at the flip of a switch, have a project be completed. Now, what I am doing is as the director, have the full confidence of our team and my commitment and our team's commitment to ensure that as we're working closely with these businesses and residents, we are doing it as quickly as we can and we're doing it with as minimal impact as possible. This project is close to Lausanne, so that railroad corridor, that's another impact. We have a 5.5 foot and 5 foot diameter storm drain pipe that was installed, 4/5 of a mile, 30 plus feet deep. Very complex things. And then the added challenge of having a low bid contractor that our team is ensuring every single day that we are mandating the best out of them. So just wanted to really share that with council, some of those challenges, the public with some of those challenges, so that way we can talk about the schedule. So this project began construction in January 2024. I do want to dispel a rumor that I've heard recently a number of times. This project was not anticipated to be completed with construction in June of 2025, as has been said. Since June of 2024, when the 60-inch pipe was added to this project, it has always been the intention that construction would be near the end of calendar year 2026. So that's roughly a 3-year duration. A lot of complexity. Right now, I will say from a 3-year duration, our contractor is about a month behind. But that truly is a pretty good mark with the complexity that we've had and the challenges that this unique project has. So really the big key takeaway here is the commitment that you all have, City Council, the public has, of our team to ensure that we are going to finish this project as quickly as we can with as little impact as possible to the community. And we are just as excited, more eager than anyone to have this project completed and ready for public use.
Okay, thank you. I think it would be worthwhile noting also that this is only it's not the entire Leucadia flood mitigation. In other words, this is 1/3 of that length from Encinitas Boulevard to La Costa, but the pipe is going under 100% of segment C, which is about 1/3 of that, and therefore it won't have to be dug up again.
That's correct.
Absolutely correct. Yep.
Yeah, so, very good. Thank you for the update, and I always have to ask, late 2026, and I'm putting my old program manager hat on, would that be December 32nd, 35th?
Very late, 2026. December 32nd, Mr. Mayor, I'm really hoping for the 31st at the latest.
Okay, I was going to say, so in my work, we scheduled by holidays. Can we have it by Christmas?
I can't guarantee it.
Okay, so it could go into January possibly, but I just want to make sure, I don't want to set false expectations or unrealistic expectations. I just want to know what the bogey is and do everything you can to get it there and get it done as soon as possible.
Absolutely, and a
appreciate it.
caveat to the schedule is we know that we're going to have a rainy winter. We are anticipating the bulk of that rain to come after January, but if we do get a lot of rain in November and December, that could delay us a little bit more to early New Year.
Yeah, one last question. That pipe, the 36-inch pipe going under the intersection at Leucadia, that's not going to be connected yet until we get that segment B pipe put in, right? The 60-inch pipe that goes from this one.
No, the 36 underneath La Costa and the 101, that goes because the 66 pipe ends up at a junction structure, and then it has to go underneath that intersection, and then it gets split to Ponto Beach and then over to Bataquitos, as per the design.
So it will be in use with
it
this
will.
project when this
Okay.
project is open to stormwater.
Okay, but Grandview is well short of Leucadia Boulevard. You were putting it under Leucadia Boulevard, right?
La Costa.
Oh, look, I'm sorry. Thank you. Now I understand. I had wrong intersection. Okay, very good. Any other questions? No? So with that, we will move on to City Manager report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. So I wanted to first report, we did have some immigration activity in the city in the last week or so. There was an incident on Wednesday, August 19th. This was in the morning hours. It was near a shopping center near Lucadia Boulevard and El Camino Real. ICE agents attempted to stop a vehicle. The driver abandoned the vehicle and fled into a nearby vegetation. The U.S. Border Patrol was called in to support the United States Marshal Service. So the agency was United States Border Patrol. The San Diego Sheriff's Office did receive notification that federal agents were going to be in the city and conducting possible enforcement. We have put in our FOIA, which is the Freedom of Information Act, otherwise known for us as like a public records request, and our website has currently been updated. Second date of incident was Sunday, August 23rd at approximately 9:44 in the morning. This happened near the intersection of Garden View and Lucadia Boulevard. This was ICE or an ERO conducted a targeted enforcement operation in Encinitas for an individual. The individual had a final order of removal and a prior DUI. The subject was found by ICE and ERO but was not apprehended because they fled on foot. No other individuals were involved nor arrested during the incident, so it was ICE or ERO operations. The San Diego Sheriff's Office was notified that there was possible enforcement in the city. We have requested through a FOIA more information, and we have updated our website. I would like to take a moment to make the public aware of a phishing. And when I say phishing, it's not in the ocean out there. It is phishing as in internet phishing with a P. We've had several businesses and folks, they're receiving emails from the city requesting payments for permits. To let everyone know, the city will never request a payment by email, wire transfer, cryptocurrency, or payment apps. If you receive an unexpected email requesting a payment, do not click any links, do not respond through email, and please do not send money. You can take a moment to verify through the customer self-service portal, which is CSS, or you can call the city directly at 760-633-2710. Unfortunately, last week, an Encinitas business unfortunately did pay a permit that was fraudulent for almost $6,000. And had to contact the bank. So folks, if you receive something, here's what we always say too. We do a lot of training here in the city regarding data and emails. If you get something and you weren't expecting it, or maybe although you were involved in getting a building permit, call the city for verification. You can get a hold of a staff member. They will tell you whether or not that is legitimate. So very sorry for that business owner, but just be really diligent. And again, please call the city before clicking on anything or paying any type of invoice. And lastly, I just wanted to let folks know we have hired a new communications manager in the city, and we have been tossing around a couple of ideas on how to better communicate with our residents. So what we're going to be now doing after each council meeting, we're going to be doing city council recap. So what we'll be doing is we will place the information on the website. It'll likely be under the agendas and webcasts, but we'll put it out through social media, and it will talk about the different actions that council took that night, and we'll get it out by the end of the week. So for us this week, it'll be by the end of day Thursday, because we are a closed Friday, and then it could be Friday of the next week if we're working. So really exciting this way. The folks, thank you so much for being here and listening, and a lot of people are at home, but now if you did not get to tune in, you'll kind of get the highlights of every council meeting. So we're really excited, and our mission really this year for communications is proactivity. I'm actually trying to be more proactive in all aspects of the city, but definitely in communication. So please be on the lookout for social media that will send you to the link to let you know what your city council did. So thank you very much. That's all I have tonight.
Okay, city attorney report.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to let you know that September 9th, I'll be out of the country, and the assistant city attorney will be covering for me at the city council meeting. That concludes my report.
Very good. And oral communications.
Yes, right now we have 6 in-person requests for oral communications and 3 telephonically.
Okay, we'll do 3 minutes.
First 3 speakers, Dave Dean, followed by Carol Parker, and then Rhonda Graves.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and staff. I'd like to invite everyone tomorrow night, 5:30, to come to the American Legion and watch the mayoral debate. The late, great John Wooden said, you can learn something from everybody, and often you learn what not to do. So we can see what the candidates have to say tomorrow night at the American Legion, 5:30 to 7:30. Love to have everyone come out take a look at the newly remodeled American Legion. It's looking great, and we look forward to hearing what the candidates have to tell us. So, looking forward to that. Also, had spoken with the city manager once about possible vending machine being put in the lobby out here, and would like to have staff look into that. I think it could be a money-making opportunity for the city to pick up a few shekels, and also allow the people that come to these meetings to get something to eat or drink, possibly out of the vending machine. So that would be great. And I think that's about all I got, except one more thing. We need to keep a forefront thought on what the city can do to celebrate the 4th of July next year. So if we can push forward on that, that would be outstanding. I would like to be a part of it. American Legion would be a part of it. Look forward to hearing what y'all have to say on that. So let's support our country. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Carol Parker. I am a environmental commissioner here, but I'm speaking tonight as just representing myself. So I'm here this evening to respond to a discussion that happened at the City Council meeting a couple weeks ago when you were talking about the CAP monitoring. There were several residents that gave public comments regarding climate change is not a problem, or that it's not a problem for Encinitas, and that some scientists don't believe climate change is a problem, or that we shouldn't spend money on the CAP. And I understand that everyone that gives public comments is entitled to their opinion. But for all of you, leaders that make policy for 60,000 people, it's important to look at what tens of thousands of climate scientists say about their research. And that is that there is strong consensus, strong scientific consensus, that the climate is warming globally due to human-caused greenhouse gas emissions released into the atmosphere. This warming is disrupting our weather patterns and contributing to costly extreme weather, drought, and fires. In addition, most Encinitas residents are very likely understand this consensus, and studies by the Yale Program on Climate Change Communication shows that the majority of Americans believe this consensus and want the government to do something. Okay, so thinking that climate change is not going to impact Encinitas, and therefore you don't need to spend city funds towards lowering greenhouse gases, may be a nice wish, but even though if you don't want to spend money, that doesn't mean you're not going to spend money because of climate change. Scientists are forecasting a super El Nino this fall and winter, which might impact streetscape. And the super El Nino is due to warmed oceans caused by climate change. And this may increase our rainfall by a lot. There may be expensive repairs that the city will have to address due to the stormwater. It's also likely that the Encinitas might be protected from the storm damage due to the efforts that have made in two areas, the living shoreline in Cardiff and the sand replenishment project. Both those solutions were done to protect the 101, the bluffs, and expensive repairs. The city acted in a financially and scientifically responsible manner when it enacted those measures, and I believe we should continue this responsible behavior by updating the CAP. And I have more to say, but I'll save that for another day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Rhonda Graves, Olevenheim. I'm here tonight because of what I consider to be a safety issue on Encinitas Boulevard. If you're driving east on Encinitas Boulevard and you're almost to Rancho Santa Fe Road, you'll see that there's a left turn lane, and sometimes it gets blocked up by people trying to turn left into the 7-Eleven. What my husband and I have seen happen a lot recently is people get frustrated when the light turns green. There's still cars turning right onto Encinitas Boulevard, car in the left turn. people want to go around the car that's turning, get in the lane, then the lane turns green, and cars are honking it and not letting people in. And then we think about what's going to happen when Goodson starts operating, and we have maybe a couple hundred more cars that are turning out of McCain onto Encinitas Boulevard, and a lot of them may be going north on Rancho Santa Fe Road. And we're wondering if maybe we should take this opportunity to close that left turn lane into the 7-Eleven. I know there was an agreement years ago, but we're talking about a massive amount of cars adding to the confusion there. I don't know who's at the right if you pass the left turn lane. Sometimes there's a couple cars, trying to turn left, not just one. Anyway, thank you for listening to me.
Next three speakers, Ryan Ballantyne, followed by Conrad Smith, and then Ellen Burr.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Ryan Ballantyne, Playa Riviera Drive in Cardiff. I'm here regarding the ongoing code enforcement matter at 2000 Playa Riviera Drive at the bottom of Playa Riviera Drive, immediately adjacent to the northbound I-5 near the Birmingham Drive exit. I'm sure everybody that's driving on the highway has seen what's going on down there. This is not simply a neighbor complaining about an RV or a minor code issue. What has developed on this property increasingly resembles a compound-style encampment with multiple RVs, shipping or storage containers, SUVs, fencing, solar equipment, and even a jungle gym. To my knowledge, this does not have normal sewer or electrical service to support residential occupancy, yet people appear to be establishing their own water, solar, and other infrastructure and living on the property. The infrastructure and improvements appear to be unpermitted. The city has already issued a stop work order related to unpermitted activity on this property, yet the activity and the apparent residential use of the RVs continue. I have tried to address this through the appropriate channels. I have contacted the Sheriff's Department, and I have reached out to the city's code enforcement contact, Bryant Jemison, 3 separate times without receiving a response. At this point, I'm bringing the matter directly to the city council because the situation is continuing despite the city already being aware of this. There's also a legitimate neighborhood safety concern. On one occasion, I was standing in front of my own property on Playa Riviera, not on their property, and not trespassing or entering their private property in any way, when one of the new occupants approached me and aggressively asked, "What are you looking at?" and then, "Do you have a problem?" I responded, "I don't know, you tell me." I think that distinction is important. I was in front of my own home on my own street observing what was happening in the neighborhood where I live. I was not confronting them or entering the property yet. I was the one being confronted. This is not the kind of interaction you expect simply for being outside of your own house. But the larger issue for the city is straightforward. What happens after the city issues a stop work order if the prohibited activity simply continues? Encinitas Municipal Code Chapter 1.08 provided that violations constitute a public nuisance, that each day a violation continues is a separate offense, and that no lapse of time legalizes a violation. The city's own code enforcement procedures provide an escalation path that includes administrative citations, recorded notices and abatement proceedings, liens, and referral to the city attorney for injunctive relief. There's also documented Encinitas precedent in People versus Braun. The city pursued civil enforcement against a residential property owner who maintained unpermitted construction and an unlawful dwelling use after being given an opportunity to comply.
Okay, thank you. And I think the city attorney has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the speaker. Yes, so we are aware of this. Code enforcement has been out there recently. They've issued citations recently, and the matter has been referred to my office as well. So action is imminent.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Conrad Smith. Firstly, District 4 resident. I'm a neighbor of Mr. Ballantyne. Firstly, I concur with what Mr. Ballantyne just said. I'm representing my family as well as several other concerned neighbors. I understand this has already been brought to your attention. We appreciate that. One recommendation, if we may, having lived there 24/7, is perhaps something after hours or on the weekends, because that's when a lot of the work seems to be happening. So the topic here is the same RR2 zone parcel at the end of Playa Riviera Drive in Cardiff and the ongoing unpermitted activity and apparent residential occupancy occurring there. Several neighbors have already reported this matter through the code enforcement process. Because this was just spoken on, I won't elaborate on several of those items. A couple concerning items: there's multiple families, there's young children, there's a jungle gym down there. It's 10 feet from the 5 freeway. There's advertising for moving. It's just not safe. I'd be concerned as a parent and of a young child myself. There's also concerns with stormwater runoff. It's a fire zone. There's also concerns with the current enforcement status, so I understand that's being addressed. It would be nice to know if, can you have multiple families? Can you have multiple vehicles on these properties as well? Prior code enforcement cases would be great for precedence, as it was referenced earlier. But we're just really looking to understand a clear timeline of what's going to be done when, because things seem to be egregiously handled on the current occupant, and it seems to be doing outside of normal hours, where we've had challenges just trying to get the sheriff down there or code enforcement or normal working hours. You know, we would also welcome, I know we have several sheriffs here, just drive-bys of what's going on, because, you know, I've seen some concerning looks and what's going on in the neighborhood, and we know we represent several other families that can't make it here tonight. So we appreciate the attention in District 4. Thank you.
4? 2 or 3? 3.
Good evening again, Council. Unfortunately, I could not attend the Planning Commission meeting that was last week, or your meeting, but there were some things that came up that I think we need to address. Number one, there was the Camino condos, which have now been converted to condos from a rental. And I think when something like this happens on a property, they should have to start like all over again. And if they aren't going to start all over again, they should at least redo things that haven't been done in the last 2 years. And they should at least provide a pro forma spreadsheet showing how they are going to now be providing these affordable units, whether they are for rent or for sale. Because in the past, the city has had to come up with the funds to make it happen. And I don't think we should have to do that. We should know up front, they should know up front. And furthermore, I think it's more important for anyone who would be involved in that they have information on how much their HOA fees are going to be. There is a cap that goes into effect after they become owners, 5% plus cost of living. But what is the original cap going to be at? And how are special assessments for now being in a fire zone going to be handled? I think we are setting people up for failure. I think we are ignoring our right to know what is going on, because we're not getting a whole lot out of this project or about many projects. We should be getting as much as we can, and I'm sorry for the developer, but, and then there's the idea, there was also an affordable inclusionary memorandum that was looked at. Somebody on the commission had done work. Elena and Dennis did a great letter job to say, well, that's not really apples and apples. But I really think that the idea that language is changed from shall to should is creating a wide open door. At least for my kids, it would have. You shall do your homework versus you should. and that we should be not allowing units to be much smaller than considerable comparable units. They should be the same size, unless they have to change a little bit to accommodate wheelchairs. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final three speakers are all telephonically, and I will call them in order. And the first one up is Madison, and I will unmute your mic now.
Try her one more time. Do you want to move on to the next one? If Madison, are you there? We can come back to her at the end.
Next speaker telephonically is Brian Dunn.
Any ideas? Yeah, I just want to make sure it's not an IT problem. No, you. Yeah. This is the new SB 707 process that kicked in July 1st. So we take telephonic. So it's not muted.
Can you hear me? This is Brian Dunn talking.
Okay, there you go. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, for your time this evening. My name is Brian Dunn. I live at 1322 Lake Drive. I feel compelled to bring to the attention of the City Council a significant oversight on the part of the Code Enforcement Department of the City of Encinitas concerning the lack of enforcement of the building codes of the city and state. And I'm requesting hearing on this matter at the next available opportunity. In 2020, the Encinitas Building Department issued a grading permit to the property located across from us at 1331 Lake Drive for grading operations to be performed. That permit number and the drawings are in the packages that we submitted. In performing these grading operations at 1331 Lake Drive, there was a significant breach of the grading permit, which involved the owner trucking in 150 cubic yards of fill soil, approximately 15 to 20 full-size dump trucks, 200 tons, raising the entire property by 2.5 feet, the lower half of this property. They've since gotten a lot split, and my guess is they did this in order to claim that anything built on this would have an ocean view. The homeowner admitted to the city that the property was overgraded by 2.5 feet. The city is fully aware of this. And the way this was executed over the course of 3 days was to build a 6-foot wall, 100-block wall down at the street, burn that, and then build another 6-foot wall on top of that. And then bring in all that soil, 200 tons of soil, in behind it. What's frightening about this is we've talked a lot about super El Niños, and just a year before that permit was issued, we had a significant storm that brought runoff down Santa Fe all the way down Lake. Since the sewers are on the east side, none of that water is captured, and then OJ's nursery dumped a bunch of water onto the street, overshooting their sewers. All of this was brought to the attention of code enforcement, including pictures of all the damage and clearly what the grading was prior to this action by the homeowner. What's troubling is the city, we went through the effort to get engineering data on showing exactly how this was overgraded. The city's chosen to ignore that, instead relying strictly on the certification from an engineer hired by the property owner. And this is really remarkable, given that the property owners basically admitted that their grading doesn't conform with their own engineer's certification. These aren't petty violations. These are substantial violations, and they bring into question the integrity of the code enforcement process here in the city. Code enforcement has completely ignored all the evidence provided to them. We never get calls back from them. We have to follow up with them all the time. time. And then this morning, we got a troubling call from your outside counsel, basically telling us that they're going to demur to our action, compelling the city to enforce its codes,
Okay.
and saying that they had unfettered discretion.
Thank you. That's your
Any-
3 minutes.
And then the next speaker is Robert Gibson.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I actually represent Mr. Dunn, so I'll actually follow through with what he was discussing, which is essentially the issue that we're dealing with is that we have presented uncontroverted evidence that the grading on the property does not conform to the grading permit, and significantly so. And also the homeowner themselves has admitted that the grading does not conform to the grading plans. Despite this, the code enforcement office has refused to do anything to enforce the Encinitas city code concerning the property. And we have taken this to even so far as filing litigation, and what Mr. Dunn was referring to was there was the counsel for the city was indicating that they were going to demur to our cause of action, claiming not necessarily unfettered, but complete discretion in whether or not they enforce our own codes. These are not, like Mr. Dunn said, these are not petty violations. This is not a situation where somebody's walking their dog 5 minutes after they are not required to walk their dog, where their signage is 6 inches too big. This is a 1 acre property that has massive overgrading, none of which has been approved, none of which has been tested, none of the compaction has been tested. We have no idea what impact this will have on the water runoff in the area. And additionally, you know, the issue concerns the potential local coastal program, and any potential violations by the city of its local coastal program could jeopardize its entire program if they don't enforce their codes, especially where it concerns the unauthorized grading of the property. The safety of the community is at stake here. Please do not allow such egregious and intentional acts to occur within our city. We believe that such conduct does deserve a hearing on the matter before the city council at the next available opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And then can we go back and try Madison?
I will go right back to Madison.
And Madison, can you hear us? Because we are not hearing you. Going once? Do you think she's not there?
It says she's
The other two
connected,
were.
so.
Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Oh, now we can.
Oh, good. Sorry, I didn't realize I had to press *6, so I was just talking away and no one could hear me. Sorry. Okay, so tonight I want to speak on my concern about how normalized marijuana has become in our communities, and especially about the harmful ways that cannabis products can reach our children. This week, California lawmakers passed AB 2249, a bill specifically designed to crack down on cannabis packaging that appeals to children. The bill identifies cartoons, unicorns and dragons, child-oriented celebrities and characters, and candy and cereal imagery, and also even bubble-style lettering as examples of packaging that can attract young people. So I think it's important to ask, why would the state need a bill like this if the existing rules were already working? Well, the answer is that they are not working well enough. The state auditor has confirmed what many parents have been saying. Cannabis products continue to be packaged and marketed in ways that are attractive to children. The bill's author also cited dramatically increased child cannabis poisonings, with accidental exposures sometimes requiring treatment by poison control. California is now trying to close the loopholes and give regulators better tools to prevent these products from looking like something made for kids. But Encinitas doesn't have to wait until Sacramento acts or until another child is accidentally exposed. I urge this council to take every opportunity available to strengthen local cannabis oversight, protect children from normalization and accidental exposure, and make youth prevention a priority. Because when a product can be mistaken for candy, cereal, or something from a child's world, we do have a responsibility to make sure that children are protected from it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes oral communication tonight.
Okay, and number 8 is report from closed session, which we did have. So, City Attorney, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met earlier today at 3:30 p.m. in a special meeting to discuss one item, potential initiation of litigation. By a vote of 5-0, the City Council unanimously voted to initiate litigation related to unpermitted construction and other work at the property referred to as 2000 Playa Riviera Drive. Further details will be provided to any person upon inquiry once the matter is formally commenced. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda, and moving to the consent calendar, no items have been removed by members of the public.
And if nobody wants to pull anything, I'll entertain a motion for consent.
Motion to approve consent calendar.
Second. Okay, a motion and a second. Call the question.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 12A.
Okay. Item 12A is the Environmental Commission Work Plan outcomes for fiscal year 24-25 and 25-26, and also the proposed work plan for fiscal year 26-27. And contact person is Sustainability Manager Najera. So as soon as you're ready.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having us tonight. I will actually quickly turn this over to the environmental commissioners who will be giving the presentation.
Hello, Mayor Ehlers and council members. I'm Mark O'Connor, the current chair of the Environmental Commission. Okay, I think we're gonna have a little IT help, but I can do a little intro here while they set that up. I'm presenting along with Commissioners J.P. Bruner and Katie Kramer, and also here tonight are the Vice Chair, Carol Parker, and our newest Commissioner, Costa Calamares. We're going to present, as you mentioned, the 2024-26 previous outcomes and our current plan for the next year. We transitioned from a 2-year plan to a 1-year plan because it was too hard to project out over 2 years what might be needed or what is new that might help the city out. So we're back to a 1-year plan. So the Environmental Commission duties. Do the next slide. We have 7 volunteer members on 3-year terms that are staggered, and you can serve up to 2 terms, and the process is for anybody who's ever interested. When the application comes out, you've completed an application, the mayor selects, and the council members approve your appointment. I just want to say it's amazing for the years that I've been on this, how by accident or on purpose, we have people representing the ocean, pollution, plastic, plants, pollinators, solar, technology. It's just an amazing group of 7 people from all walks of life to bring expertise to the commission. So what we do is we make recommendations to council on matters regarding environmental protection, natural resource management, sustainability, and public health. We review or develop policies and plans for conservation, enhancement, and long-term stewardship of cities' natural resources, native habitat, shoreline, and open spaces. Review policies and plans related to climate action, decarbonization, renewable energy, waste reduction, pollution prevention, and sustainable materials management. We review policies and plans affecting environmental aspects of mobility and circulation. We collaborate with environmental initiatives with other public agencies, community organizations, and institutions, similar like we work with the Chamber of Commerce, internally with stormwater and park and recs on many different policies. And we have other related matters that are referred to us by, to the commission directly from you and we appreciate that when you do. At this point, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Katie Kramer, who's our past chair.
Thank you, everyone. So we'll just go over some of our key outcomes for our previous work plan that encompassed 2 years, 2024 to 2026. So we attended many city-sponsored events and provided public education and outreach on environmental issues, including EcoFest, Cyclovia, Arbor Day, Ocean Knoll Zero Waste Festival, and others. And then we also served as the liaison to the Chamber Sustainability Committee, which meets monthly. We assisted in the development of the Native Plant Ordinance, which was recently passed. We provided recommendations for the draft updated Climate Action Plan and the cost-benefit analysis. We provided recommendations for increasing the reach of the city's zero waste program, and we continue to do that. We proposed amendments to the city's municipal code to reduce single-use plastics at restaurants, and we will be coming to you with that again in the coming year as well, with some ideas for improvements there. We administered the annual environmental awards program and collaborated with the Arts Commission for the first time to have a local artist now create the awards trophies for the environmental award, which is kind of a neat synergy between two commissions. And so here's just some of the new projects and goals that we are including in our new work plan. We continue many of the goals and projects that we were focused on in the 2024 to 2026 fiscal year, but our new projects include supporting the protection and enhancement of the city's native habitat and tree canopy. And that includes things like the Native Plant Ordinance and the tree canopy, and possibly if there's renewed interest in the mature tree ordinance. We have an item that will support community-wide building decarbonization. And this was included because we heard from council and the mayor that there was some interest in doing this. We added supporting the implementation of municipal solar and battery projects. We added making recommendations to improve organics waste reduction and outreach and education. We added supporting the implementation of the city's adopted electric vehicle charging station master plan, so we get more chargers in the city. And we also added expanding plastic bag regulations to include additional business types and bag types, because we still haven't eliminated single-use plastic bags from all food service providers and stores. And we do have, we do have our new work plan up here for you to look at. And if you have any specific questions, we're happy to answer them in more detail. Thank you.
If there's a line item that you have concerns or questions about, we're happy to answer them. Unless you
There
want
we
us to
go.
go, do you want us to go line by
That
line?
concludes the presentation portion. So do we have public speakers?
We do not.
We do not. Any questions or anybody? I've got Councilmember Lyons up first.
Yeah, I really support what you've put forward. You have worded it in the way that looks like you have a finger on the pulse of what the city has done and the direction the city's going. So I appreciate that you've done that. Let me just ask one detailed question, and it's on the last item, under Tier 2, number 17. Support the adoption, implementation, and enforcement of a ban on gas-powered landscape equipment. As we all know, we do have a ban on the gas-powered leaf blowers. I remember at that time it was talked about expanding it, but are you just hoping to expand on that? Is there new information? What's the justification behind expanding to other landscape equipment?
I believe it's in the cap as something projected for the future. So we just wanted to capture that. I think there's still a lot of work to be done on the leaf blower, getting compliance and things done before we tackle that one. That is why it's probably number 17 and on Tier 2. But it's there for the hope that when the time is right, it's easier to do it once it's in a work plan than trying to start it from scratch and get it into a future work plan. So it's just kind of a place marker right now.
The only thing I might recommend then is on 17, and I understand how low a priority it is. It is the last item, but acknowledging that that item would also include then an understanding of how we're regulating the gas-powered leaf blowers and what our challenges are there. I think that's maybe what you're saying by your presentation, Mark, but.
Yeah, that was definitely the sentiment, is that we have a lot of progress to still be made on enforcing the ban on gas-powered leaf blowers. And so my understanding was that there's a state law coming down banning the sale, is that right, Crystal? Of all gas-powered landscape equipment?
Yeah, that is correct.
So that was to kind of help with the implementation of that state law when that comes online.
All right.
But because we've already have challenges with implementing the gas-powered leaf blowers, we wanted to kind of first tackle that as well before moving on to this more expanded ban.
All right. That would be my only edit, actually, is to actually articulate that in this item, that we talk about what's needed in order to address the enforcement for the gas-powered leaf blowers as well, because it will apply then to the landscape equipment. And that was my only question, comment. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Great. I think this is a little bit long, just politely say that. I think 17 items, even 14 items is probably a lot. But I see a lot of really good things on here, and a couple of things I would love to see some adjustment on or shift in focus. On number 5, support community-wide building decarbonization. I think future reach codes are a very tricky thing, and I would hope that you would focus on incentive programs over government oversight. And we've had several challenges with reach codes and problems that have ended up in businesses having a hard time opening up, certainly hardship for some of our residents. I would rather see us focus on incentive programs. If I had my druthers, I would pull out future reach codes altogether. But I understand that that's part of what we do up here, and I know that you're going to look at it with that light. But I just want to encourage you, because I think it's obviously something that's important, to focus on the incentives. I think that's really, if you really want to make the community move, incentivize them. This is an area that we want people to feel good about. We don't want to have to hit them with a stick to get them to do it. That's not the way to make the community feel positive and get behind this. Number 6, wasn't really clear with the type of recommendations you'd be looking for, so I might bet that a little bit more. I understand the city is working towards, and we actually talked about this, adding solar to a lot of our buildings and battery projects. What type of recommendations would you be adding that'd be different from what staff would do, I guess?
I think it's that we would take direction from staff and you on how to help. Maybe it's worded awkwardly, but how we can help you make that happen in the city to get all the buildings with solar on top.
So perhaps it's something like looking into like creating a prioritization list, or recommended first, like some sort of a tool for the city and city council and staff to use in that process. I think provided recommendations just seems really vague, so some sort of difference. I don't know if everybody's writing this like last time, but if that wording were to be added to it or adjusted, when I move to number 9, I love number 9. I think number 9 is great, and we have all discussed this with a number of residents, as well as between at times up here when residents come and talk about it. I think number 9 is a great one. I'm really glad to see that on there. I think you really nailed it with that. Number 8, I want you to remember the past on number 8. And the last time this happened, I still have the box at my house sitting next to my garbage can from the one time we used it. And the fact that when it was implemented, I was charged and not asked to be charged to do it. It was forced on me. All these regulations we need to do, we need to look at the financial impact and the fairness of it. We don't want to create hardship or pushback. So just ask on that one. Well, I love the direction you're going, and I get it. Remember the past on that one. We don't want to repeat it.
Are you talking about that little gray box that you were given?
Yep.
Yeah.
There was quite a few conversations in person, online, all over the place regarding whether that was done. I think maybe even said it was done whether it was done legally. That's a whole different question. But we want to remember that pass, because if we do something like that, we want it to be welcomed by the city.
Yeah,
and our-
thank you
and
for that
residents.
input. There's a note here. There's one particular project that we were sort of interested in this item, and we had talked about it in the past, is the possibility of implementing public green bin pilot project.
I love that.
Yeah.
And I thought that's kind of where, that's where I was going to go with. I think it's item 11, right? And I think I've had this discussion with Carol and some of us, and Mark. I think we've had this discussion. But I think that's one of the big challenges with that is you walk around downtown and you don't know what to do with it once you get it. And so I think I have that written down here. I have it as a great one. Please add the solution to it, because I think that's where the rubber meets the road, and where that one can be gold or whether it becomes a challenge. So I love that you have that there. We're on the same path on that. Thank you. I think, and so I'm going to defer to the mayor on this one, but I think number 10, it takes maybe one meeting for you, because I think if you look at the recommendation for the public is continue to oppose offshore oil drilling. Our legislation program doesn't specifically say that, but it says support coastal protection and enhancement. We did write a letter opposing AB 1448. And so I think really the only thing I think you need to come back with at this point is a recommendation of having Bruce, the next time he writes the legislative policies, to include that as a legislative policy. Because I think it's spot on. I think we all share that up here. I think it might have even been a 5-0 vote. So I'd love to see that come back as just encourage us to push legislator. I think you have one subcommittee meeting about it, and we're all on board. And last but not least, probably an unintended pun. On number 17, I want to caution people to not create hardship with that item, and look to how can we provide a return. I know that all my friends who own landscaping businesses, this is not an issue for them. I know that a lot of the people who are operating small businesses, it's probably not an issue for them. There are discount programs out there and stuff like that. But I know for the people we always talk about, the truly in need of affordable housing, the people who are struggling to live here, those are a lot of people in an industry that
Oppose oil drilling offshore and online.
Okay, so we do have actually number 10 in there. So I guess you could cross it out.
I'll follow up.
Yes, so number 17, I'm just really, I struggle with that one, because when we sit up here, so many times we hear how expensive it is to live here, how hard it is. I see the families that live in my neighborhood, that live 3 families to a house. I see their pickup trucks out there. I can't ask them to buy something new. I can't do it. It's not fair to them. So how do we solve that problem? And I think if you can't solve that problem, then it's not worth doing this. It's hardship on our residents, and our goal is to create solutions that help them move forward. We help our lowest climb up the ladder. And I think so I'm a little concerned on number 17. I'll politely say I think one of the reasons the people supported the gas was because they don't like the noise as much. For some reason they think it's quieter than the gas. Whether it is not, we could debate. But I think that's the big reason people get behind the gas blower thing. They think it's going to quiet it somehow. But I think in this case, like, that's my concern. Whatever the other piece, how it's been successful, like, I can just picture my residents in my district and across the city who this will be a hardship for. So let's just be really, really careful on that one. I think you guys nailed a lot of great points on here, and I appreciate it. I hope the feedback I gave you was helpful and positive. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to follow up next. And I agree. I think there's probably a few more goals on here than can be done by the group. And so I appreciate the fact you're overachievers, but I know you as a group, you're overachievers.
We can make it a 2-year plan again if you want.
What's that now?
We can make it a 2-year plan again if you want.
No. I that was my first point. I completely agree with the 1-year plan. That much better focus. I'm going to go to goal 6. Should be goal number 1. I think in priority and in the amount of carbon we could save at not only no cost, at actually a return on investment. And what I was looking for, I'm going to put a little sharper point on what I'd like to see as the deliverable. You know, what scale? See, how many buildings could we put it on? Just rough order of magnitude. How much carbon would it save over the life of it? How much carbon would it save between now and 2035? And I want to see how that compares to our goal of what we're reducing, because I think this is going to move the needle, and it could justify that investment will actually save money, and whatever capital we put into the front will get paid back in 5, 6, 7 years, probably no more, and then we can reinvest it and just keep reinvesting it and put in. But we have the possibility of putting solar over parking lots on top of the community center. At some point, we'll probably want to redo these. These were done in 2008, the one on this building, and it's huge, right? And 100% sun. There are so many opportunities. Library, the fire stations, keep going, right? All this could substantially meet at not only a lower cost, but an actual savings our goals. And then we don't have to do some of the other very, very expensive ones. Like I always use the one that costs $17,000 per equivalent metric ton of carbon dioxide. That I just can't see us ever wanting to do because it's so expensive. So my recommendation is goal 6. Act as kind of the conscience, and you'd be on it every day as opposed to us getting around to it periodically. And you say, hey, here's what what we think can be done, and here's a recommended order, I think is what Deputy Mayor O'Hara said. Give us priority order. Give us an estimate of what you think the amount of capital it would take. I think it's a fairly simple calculation. Moving on to number 4, I thought the fact that it is talking about the SCOOP and only the SCOOP program is oddly specific. That's the smallest of all our sand replenishment. Probably isn't really, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a climate adaptation as much as it's getting some sand on the beach. It's a small part. I actually think this is pretty well covered elsewhere, and it's really not. It says it's supports the CAP. The thing I'll point out is CAP is about greenhouse gas reduction. Environment, we're all for the environment. That's all through our general plan. And we want to support our general plan first. So I don't think this is really a CAP item. And I really think this is something that's covered elsewhere by the city. SANDAG with the regional beach sand replenishment, the city council with the USACE every 5 years. Unless there's some particular deliverable, I would delete that one. That's goal number 7. Number 8. I would add an additional deliverable. Number 8 is the make a recommendation to improve organics waste reduction. The question I always ask, and I hear people are frustrated by it. Now, we use it. My wife uses it. We have nothing in our garbage anymore. I have this huge empty can that takes the dog poop out. And quite frankly, if we could figure out how to get that into the stream, we would do that too. Yeah. And then maybe there's one little bag of plastic, little wrapper stuff. Everything else gets recycled organically or whatever. So, Peter Drucker, you hear me quoting Peter Drucker management. You can't manage that which you don't measure. So my challenge to you as a deliverable I would like to see here is come up with a way through sampling or whatever that we can measure our participation rate and begin tracking it annually from now until forever. And then as we apply educational techniques or whatever techniques, we can incentivize people to join in. But right now I have no idea. Does anybody have any idea what percentage of our...
We just had a presentation from Matthew Clary, from the general manager of EDCO.
Yeah.
I was so impressed with what we're doing as a city. I'll have him provide those numbers to you of the rate of recovery of...
I've had a similar discussion with them, and I challenged him with doing exactly what I'm asking you to do. And he said they don't do it. They don't weigh it. They don't test to see how much organics are in certain streams and not in others.
Well, I
But,
didn't get
you know,
that
I could imagine this could be, hey, interns counting organic recyclable and on a sample basis. I don't know. To me, this is that important to this action. And the neat thing about the more organics we get into the waste stream, the more goes into digestion, the more goes into biogas that goes actually back into the SDG&E gas lines, right? And then they power the truck. So it's all good. So I would add that deliverable. That's my recommendation.
Noted.
That's goal 8. Goal 10, as we pointed out, that's already in our legislative lobbying. I mean, literally. Better yet, opposing offshore oil is in our 1989 general plan. So the very top law in the city already opposes. And so I have everything I need to, every time it comes up. If you want to have an action item that you monitor legislation along with our lobbyists and our professional staff, you can do that. But I think we've been pretty timely in getting it in there. So my recommendation would be probably take it off, but you're all welcome as individual citizens to come yell at the mayor to write a letter. It sounds like you want to speak.
Yeah, the only reason we added this in was because when we were coming to you time after time to add a letter, our resolution from 2018 didn't allow us to do that because it was so specific to that situation back in 2018. So now that there are new threats of offshore oil drilling, an updated resolution could potentially be used to directly address those today, where the 2018 one doesn't. So we see a gap there.
What would the outcome of the resolution be to make a recommendation to the city council or to the mayor?
The resolution in 2018, I mean, it's largely symbolic, right? We're saying we oppose this, but it's not effective for the comments that like you have been submitting in the last 2 rounds of public comment. That's why we haven't submitted that, because it doesn't address today's threats.
Well, I guess at a minimum, if you want to include a goal about this, then I would put 2 acknowledgments in here. One, that it's part of our general plan, and 2, it's already part of our lobbying policy where the mayor can write. So, you know, if you want to monitor and recommend, by the way, and we already have staff monitoring because it's our legislative lobbying priorities.
Okay.
So, and we actually, in our last review of that same document, we actually reduced it so that the ones that are there are more focused and more, but this was an important one, so it stayed front and center, so.
Was there an offer for JP to liaison with the staff member who's doing that for you to be kind of in sync?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, would that be Mike James? Yeah, so, yeah. Mike James would be the owner of the legislative lobbying policy, hiding back in the corner there. So let me continue so we can keep moving.
All right.
What's that? At his desk, yeah. Item 12, which was the B City, I have no problem with it, but staff time medium? Like, does it really take, I would have said low to no. I'm all for it, but I just didn't want to mislead anybody in the public that we're spending a lot of time having to go through recertification for the, nth time as B City. And then goal 14 having to do with charge stations and the master plan. One thing that when we adopted the EV master plan, I think it was pretty new to staff, and I was the odd person up here with the electrical engineering degree, and I remember people telling me that, well, it's the same cost for the high power fast charge as the low charge. No, one's like $100,000 in capital, another one's like $1,000, and then eventually we got to the right answer. One of the things I'd like to see here is, can we have a deliverable that is investigate getting the private market to provide this service, and in particular, eventually converting gas stations, first partially, and then long-term to maybe solely, 50 years from now. But short-term, they could have an added side business with their parking to have, and they could make money off this. And that's where I think I want to see the private market funding this. I want to see it done for profit so that they are incentivized to do it. And we have plenty of gas stations with parking around the perimeter that could serve this purpose, and they're already refueling vehicles, and the shift is occurring, and they could naturally shift opposite. So I'd like to see that added.
Perfect.
And the smoking, I like the smoking. I would certainly entertain it. So that's my input. I will yield and recognize Councilmember San Antonio.
Great job. I mean, that's a lot. It's a lot. You guys have a lot of objectives, a lot of goals. I guess when I look at this, I think I brought it up with our business commission as well. It's like when we use our work plan, there's green, yellow, and red, and things are accomplished, so we check them off. I know you said from a 2-year plan to a 1-year plan. I think when I look at this, there's 17 goals, but 14 of them are tier 1, so like high priority, I guess. But maybe if we split it up into tier 1, 2, and 3, or something that way, maybe some of these could be the top 6 or the top, 6 or 7 could be something that the council could essentially prioritize. You prioritize for the council. So I think it was mentioned a couple times, the smoking, a few of these other ones up here at the top, the ones that we could actually act on, or that those would be tier 1. That would be kind of helpful for us as well, because maybe those are something that we could, eventually implement or work on right away, versus some of these things are lower down on the list. I know that you've got a tier 2, but I think there's maybe a little fewer priorities. Then you get some measurable deliverables and some deadlines. But I know you guys do this work on your own. I know it's some staff time as well. But for $1,400, I know that's a relatively small amount of money. But I'm just trying to make these commissions as I start seeing these work plans over and over now. I'm like, it's nice to see as you get to check things off. We get to see you guys check things off, and it's like you get to see really where, instead of it saying ongoing or in process, it's like you really get to see how fast you guys are moving through these. I'll rest.
So I'm gonna go back to something that the mayor was saying, maybe take off here. That I'm a little different point of view, and I think everything you said was absolutely valid. When I look at our beaches, though, and I'm gonna look to Councilmember Schaefer to confirm this. When you go surfing right now at Grandview, is there any sand down there? No. And we just replenished a bunch. Congressman Levin was just here bragging about how much sand there is down there. I think whatever we're doing can be improved, can be facilitated differently. I know I have residents talking to me all the time about how can we do this differently. There are other opportunities to do this. I think we should be personally think we should be dumping the sand offshore and protecting the beach that's there by having the waves break offshore. So maybe there's policy that we could do that. So I would hope that you're with this item, you could clarify this, please. That's really what you're looking to do. Is, yeah, we're doing it, but the sand's gone. Mm-hmm. How do we do it better as we move forward with it? Is that a good rebut to your point? And is that kind of where you might want to go with this?
We met with the sand project manager, Todd, the subcommittee did, at Grandview, and saw that there is no sand there, and asked him what we could do as a commission to assist him. And what it was mostly to identify other agencies and nonprofits that worry about sand replenishment, be it a Swami's group or Save Our Bluffs group, and have them unify. And then if there's a funding issue, if they have funds to put into the fund of a matching kind of a situation for sand. And then the other thing was to look for grants anywhere that funding for more sand to be moved around.
I think all that's great. The other thing I really love to see, because I see this as a problem in all the discussions, is how can we help them or provide a scenario where they can coordinate better. I see all these agencies kind of working as one off. Well, this person's going to do this person's going to do that, and instead of a coordinated effort. I agree 100% with what you said. I would love to see us expand because I think this is a yet to be solved problem, and I'm hopeful that's where you're going.
Can I respond?
Of course, please.
Yeah. So, you know, the interesting thing about sand, it's not just an environmental issue, it's a recreation issue. Yeah, right. And it's a beach safety issue, which are very different than environmental commission per se. And when I look at sand, it's being acted on at the federal level, at the SANDAG level, at the local level, all three simultaneously. So when we point out that Grandview is rocks and north, 200 yards south of Beacons North was left out of the every 5-year U.S. Corps of Army Engineers beach sand replenishment, that's why. For some reason, 20 years ago when that was conceived and 15 years ago when it was approved, they came to the conclusion it wasn't necessary up there, that the erosion rate on those bluffs was not as fast as south of Beacons. I don't agree with that. We're working on that. So things that are happening that would be completely out of the purview of the Environmental Commission is the SANDAG, again, now a local county program, RBSP 3, Regional Beach Sand Replenishment 3, which is the third time we'll be doing it. We've done 1 and 2 already about every 10 years. I've asked SANDAG to move that onto Beacons North so that that sand, whatever mountain, it's in the hundreds of thousands of cubic yards, which is what you really need to do to get some significant sand. That's a one-time deal. Long-term, we hope to maybe incorporate Beacons North in the U.S. Corps of Army Engineers, but we also don't want to upset the apple cart. Well, you know, that is a wonderful program every 5 years for 50 years. We've done the first one. The second one is coming up in 2029. But and by the way, we still need to get money for it, so we'll need federal support to get money. So when you talk about getting grants, these are not million-dollar grants. These are tens and hundreds of millions of dollars grants, depending on the size of the project. So that's the big USACE, and then trying to patch with some of the one-time RBSB 3, and then let's talk the SCOOP program. We're expanding and staff's already working this completely. We're expanding the SCOOP program to go from 280 yards south of Beacons all the way to the northern border, so that if we get opportunistic sand from projects, building projects here, we can move it up there. Well, we did recently, and this council kicked in an extra $350,000 because the SCOOP program delivered 10,000 cubic yards, which sounds like a lot, but you know, it'll be almost perceptible in the amount of sand, but it's sand that we put right north of Beacons to help fill in Beacons, but it's order of magnitude, if not 1.5 orders of magnitude, smaller than either the USACE or the our regional beach sand replenishment. So that's why when I saw a SCOOP here, you know, you're talking about a corner case on something. So I think staff has this handled. It's a much bigger problem than just an environmental problem. It's a recreation. There's just so many places. I'm not sure how you would be able to engage and
So I disagree with you.
Okay.
It's not on the public health and safety work plan. It's not, and what we're doing isn't working.
Well, it's in ours.
But it's not working.
Why do you say that?
There's no sand. We put how many? I could go through a myriad of reasons why our sand replenishment is not working correctly. A number of people who get up here at the podium and go over why it's not working correctly. And so maybe we can come together with some sort of a plan of like, why would it work better? I know that Newbury, Massachusetts has dropped sand offshore. I know that there is a reef project in Australia that is building reefs. What's that? Oceanside is building a reef. I know that there are other ways to do it, and I know that insanity is a definition of doing the same thing over and over again the same way, relying on the same pieces, instead of exploring what the possibilities are, though they can hand off to staff. So staff is busy getting the grants. They're busy doing the paperwork. They're busy on site, and these are people who are looking to research how we can do it better. And I think there's nothing lost by doing that.
Well, the question is, we have it on our work plan. This very topic is one of our main goals on our work plan. And so we should be talking about this because it's a much bigger problem than just
I have 75 items on my whiteboard in my office.
Yeah.
They're looking at 14 items and motivated. He lives practically by the beach at the ocean, right? And this is their passion. I just don't see what harm it does leaving it on there, especially under this robust conversation of information we're giving back to them. Just my point, and I don't mean to step on your toes at all.
Well, I'll let you speak.
I just feel like that's, it's kind of like a why not? I'll rest.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Lyons.
I thought it was never going to be my turn, but thank you for acknowledging me. What I'd like to suggest is a couple things, and one of them has to do with the item number 7. I would like to suggest we look at it from a broader perspective. I understand we're doing some things well, and we don't want to upset the apple cart, but on the other hand, I think the Environmental Commission is really passionate about this topic and how beach sand really ties in with the environment and with the health of our coast. And especially since we've got the marine protection area right off our coast, I see this as a real integral part of what the Environmental Commission wants to look at, and I'd love to see what the Environmental Commission can bring forward as far as other ideas. Please track what Oceanside's doing. You know, they're our neighbor. They're doing some big things. How the sand moves in our littoral cell is fascinating. There's new science on that. There's new science about it. It doesn't all just always move a certain direction. It kind of goes back and forth. And that's not my area of expertise, but the little bit I know about it, there's a lot more to be learned that could be informative. I would like to recommend that we not remove the item, but maybe we make it more general, not specific to this one program that we currently have, but maybe more broad in looking at the sand on our beaches from a broader environmental perspective. And then I do want to comment on number 8. We discussed a little bit here that maybe there's not a lot to be done as far as recommendations for organic waste reduction and outreach education, but I do know that EDCO is doing some data development, and they are looking at numbers. I know they're getting better at that, and maybe they're not fully ready to report out everything, but I would like the Environmental Commission to be the conduit for that communication with EDCO. I'd really be in favor of keeping 8. I think it's a place where our city can be very proud, and I'd like to measure what the results of all our efforts and to report on what the result of our efforts are. And then I'll jump to number 10, and this will be my last comment. As far as number 10, continue to oppose offshore oil drilling. I know that a lot of information has come up through the commission in the past. That's how I've received alerts, is through the commission. So if you still have this on your radar, maybe you don't have to do a lot, but just consider the commission is a conduit for the public to come forward and then alert us to things we need to know that we might not have already heard. Those are that's my feedback.
Okay. Do I have nobody else speaking? If not, do I have a motion or anything, or just accept as is? What's the council desire?
I think we made a couple minor changes after a lot of discussion. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but the one that I wanted to point out is number 7, where we make that goal a little broader to evaluate and bring forward information about beach sand in the vein of where can we improve. I'll mention that one.
I'll motion to approve as is, with the idea that so many of these are ongoing. They're monitoring, and they're giving their first line of defense. It's our job ultimately for most of all the commissions. Yeah. So it's our eyes and ears in an area that we're not focused on, and if they hear something, great. If they don't, we weren't going to hear about it anyway. You know what I mean? So the understanding is they're doing exactly what they're intended to do. They're happy with the plan, so I would accept it as is.
Would you say then you wouldn't need to make any edits in that we've already discussed this and
I trust
explained.
the chair, the co-chair to listen to the video and make the adjustments where appropriate and come back next year with the appropriate updates.
I know, I made notes, and I see Crystal's making notes.
I'll second that
We
then.
elected them for a reason, or we
So-
appointed them for a reason.
So, as is, so the wording wouldn't change, just the interpretation might.
I would say the as is with the appropriate adjustments to what you heard from this conversation.
Would the wording change on the document before they adopt it, we adopt it?
I don't think it's necessary. Again, I don't think it's necessary, but
Okay, so the answer is no.
Yep.
So I heard a motion, and then is that a
Another
substitute motion? How's this
yeah.
working?
And then I seconded his.
Okay, so it's a friendly amendment. So it's basically adopt as is. And if there's nobody else, call the question.
That motion passes 3-1 with Deputy Mayor O'Hara abstaining and Mayor Ehlers voting no.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to MTSC. This is the Mobility, Traffic, and Safety Commission Work Plan outcomes for fiscal year 25-26, and the proposed work plan for fiscal year 26-27, and the contact person is City Traffic Engineer Bandigan. And we'll start with a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor. Is it possible to get a 2-minute break? Our file is missing from here. I got to go back to my office and put it back.
Okay. We'll take a 2-minute break or 5-minute?
It should be 2 minutes, but our director suggests we just pull the PDF and just scroll through it. That's also another option.
Maybe we're taking a break, maybe not. No break, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. No need for a break. I'm sorry, Councilman. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Abe Bandigan, City Traffic Engineer. We're here tonight as the item that Mayor just went through to go over our Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission's annual work plan update. This includes our fiscal year 25-26 work plan that was reviewed and approved by council last year, and also the proposed 26-27 work plan by the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission. I do have here tonight Patricia Trouth, our Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission Chair, and also Chris Duncan, our co-chair. With that, I'm just going to pass it to our Chair and co-chair to go through the presentation. I think you can just scroll using the mouse. You probably don't need me. Yeah. Yeah, you can just.
Chair. Vice Chair.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. First of all, I just want to say thank you for your leadership and your commitment to the city. It was very refreshing to see how many people got up and spoke at the 4 o'clock meeting and, thanked you. So I want to thank you as well. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to first start with the 25-26 work plan. So on this slide, you can see the 11 different work plan items. Okay, so we have 4 city staff implemented items. And I also want to kind of bring up that this was the first year that we had a work plan. And then it was also the first year that we had bylaws. So there's also been a little bit of a learning curve for the commission. But I'm very proud of what we've been able to accomplish this year. So there's 4 items that staff have implemented. The first one is standardized signage and striping at the roundabouts. This was approved by City Council, and it's in the implementation phase. Work plan item 3 is Birmingham Drive, and we had another crosswalk installed at Frida in Birmingham. Work plan item 4, as we all know, we've added 2 additional enforcement officers in the last year. And then work plan item number 10 is traffic signal timing coordination. And this is in the process of being implemented as well. Okay, we have 4 items that we broke into subcommittees. We did research, brought it back to the commission, had more conversations, and so we prepared recommendations for 4 of these work plan items. So the first one is the mobility review by schools, and we have 4 different bikeway alignments that have been proposed. And these are safe and easy to follow, and we're recommending signage for people to understand how to use the alignment. And this is an alternative to the arterial roads. The next work plan item is work plan item 5, and this one is essentially the red light camera program. Again, we did research on this. You know, these pilot programs have changed dramatically. So the liability is now on the vehicle owner, and it is similar to a parking violation. So the fines have been reduced, and you don't have points on your license and whatnot. And then the way this is tracked is by taking a photo of the license plate. We had several meetings. The 2 critical meetings were in February and March, and we had quite a bit of community input on this item. Okay, work plan item 7. This is Make Encinitas More Pedestrian-Friendly program. And, you know, we were trying to focus on El Camino Real, and we came up with this program where they use high visibility flags that you have installed at the some key intersections, and a person can take the flag, you know, wave it, do whatever they want, and then put it on the other side of the intersection. And, you know, what we're hoping is that this really increases public awareness, and it also makes the pedestrian more visible. And then we have work plan item number 8. As we all know, we have lots of electric bikes, we have scooters, we have regular bicycles. And so, you know, as a commission thinking ahead, we wanted to recommend that that staff start to look at designating some certain areas for parking for these different electric bikes and standard bikes. So, okay. So, work plan item number 9 is something that we're continuing into the 26-27 year. We've already started working on this, and we've had different representatives from the school districts, and we have one scheduled also for September. So we're continuing to work on this, and we have a subcommittee that's spearheading this. And then lastly, work plan item number 11, provide recommendations to City Council to eliminate or minimize traffic deaths due to our transportation system via vehicle, pedestrian, or bicycle. And this was the last work plan item that Council issued to us. And it's more a goal. So it's a work plan item that'll continue to be, on our work plans as we move forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Duncan, and he's going to talk a little bit about our work plan items for 26, 27.
I'll use yours. Thank you, Patricia. Yeah, just to keep the ball rolling here, so looking forward this year, tried to get a little more specific with some things, get a little more tighter. We kind of moved through a bunch of different items over the year. So hopefully we feel this is a relatively tight list of work plan items, but yet they can be inclusive of other things. So kept it somewhat general. There is some specificity within them. Number one here is just the continuation of the safety education that you just saw. This is definitely one of those ones I think that'll never go away. It's kind of the whole purpose of the commission. We'll hear about things, people come and speak, and there's classes and educational content, and we'll hear about it and discuss best ways to implement it. So I think that's going to be something. And then out of that, kind of you can even say number two falls out of that to some degree. E-bike safety and regulation initiatives. I've got more information on them, so I'll just kind of, these are what they are in summary, but in terms of what these are now, a little more detail. So the e-bike safety and regulation initiative, to support and promote awareness for parents, there's a lot of information out there, a lot of good content, a lot of change. I know the city's already looking to look at, class 1, 2, 3, how they're regulated, ages of kids, different things. So we're talking about a lot of these things. So again, to continue to look at this, and as well, just as importantly as the rules and regulations, is the way to inform and educate the population out there about whatever it is that gets determined to be done, which is always going to be fluid as these bikes continue to evolve. FlexiPost and the bollard evaluation program. There's been a lot of discussion, a lot of people like and dislike the bollards and the curbs. So we just want to continue to evaluate and develop a plan and potentially schedule for removal of some of these if that's appropriate in some areas, as well as for areas where, whether the city is already looking at it or not, but for this commission to continue to look at areas where we may want to consider new areas for additional ones. So it's not just to remove them, but potentially look at better ways to implement them. Birmingham Drive Utility Infrastructure Improvement Inquiry with SDG&E. Big lift. We're not saying we're going to try to go out there and make this happen, but there is belief that there is already SDG&E has a plan in place. And so unless we do or ask anything, we won't hear. So this really is just to kind of get a group to meet with ICG&E to understand what their schedule, what their plan, and so we can have some expectations about what that looks like for all that undergrounding of the utilities on Birmingham, specifically on Birmingham Drive, because from west of the 5 down, it's a funky street, curbs, sidewalk, posts in the middle of it in different places. So that's been selected as an area that could really gain some improvement if something were done. Bicycle conflict and safety mitigation review. Really just kind of an ongoing identifying hazards, community by community in areas, intersections in the roads where there are still may be issues with things such as left cross, right hook, side entry, dooring for the cyclist, and see if there is any way that can be, improved to ensure that. I know that things have been done that have been removed. So again, keeping in mind what we've learned to go forward with identifying these areas and if something can be done to improve them. The speed camera program research and policy review. So El Cajon is putting a program in place. So really it's just going to look at that and come to the council with kind of what that is and if it may or may not be something that we would want to consider. Obviously already we've got the red light camera program in place. This is just, separate but similar in terms of the use of cameras to help with law enforcement. Traffic Commission onboarding and resource development. Just a very simple, as new commissioners have come on, at least for our experience, there's nothing really that kind of brings someone up to speed quickly on just even, policies, procedures, in-meeting behavior, you name it. So really, we're just going to create something and not going to create a new website or anything specifically, but just for us internally, this commission, and maybe it's something that other commissions might adopt, is just a little kind of onboarding process to make it smoother for members to come on board and get up to speed and be effective. And then traffic safety lecture series, again, kind of put this under that umbrella of just the overall education element, but an actual invitation to community members, whoever, educational institutions, to come to our commission first and speak about education. And again, that will just continue to inform us on what we have to leverage and use and recommend up for city implementation. So that is it.
Okay.
We have 2 speakers.
Oh, any questions of clarification? Sorry.
Yes. Does anybody else have? Okay. On your sheet where it says fiscal impact, medium, low, high, none, and you quantify all these, what does that mean and where do the numbers come from?
I'm sorry, what part are you referring to? The
On your
actual
mobility
document?
traffic safety
Yeah,
commission,
okay, do we have
you have a
that,
fiscal impact listed.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
medium to low means different depending on what we're talking about. And my medium may be somebody else's medium. So what are those and how do we deviate the numbers from there? Just so we understand what we're actually looking at.
You know, we didn't really kind of prioritize these. So that would be the type of information we'd appreciate. I don't know if a whole lot of time was spent on fiscal impact. But in general, we're, taking a rough estimate of whether we think it's going to be a very costly thing or if we think it's, it's a matter of a series of meetings, in which case, it would have a low fiscal impact.
So, okay. I would ask council and staff and the commission to remove that and turn that into a goal to figure out, because my low is probably different from his low, and her low. And depending on the project, we had a $33.6 million grant. We got $8.2 million is high, so $100,000 seems low. But if I'm talking about a crosswalk, $100,000 seems pretty high, right? Because it's paint. So I need a better definition on this before we move forward. So I would take it out and I would make it one of your goals to establish that within each of these points.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the intent behind none, low, medium, and high was supposed to be low would be anything less than $10,000, medium would be anything less than $100,000, and high would be anything over $100,000.
Sure. So let me bring that to light. Item number 4, Birmingham Drive Utility Infrastructure Improvement Inquiry by SDG&E. It's low if they do it for free. It's not if they say there's going to be a split of cost and it's going to cost us a lot of money, right? So it's just kind of a wonky category that's really undefined. I don't want my council members to put that. I think it should be the goal to figure that out, because I think that actually would be helpful to us when the information is returned to us, is what is the dollar amount. Ultimately, that's what we're tasked with managing, is in cooperation with these outcomes, is the cost at that point. And this seems very vague, and so I'm not sure if I'm making sense on here, because I feel like
may I just suggest on the other commission spreadsheets, they measured this by staff time. How much staff time? Then this seems a little different, but maybe.
Yeah, and I think that's what I'm saying. It's really kind of obtuse, like unclear. It's not a measurement of each of these, and maybe staff time would be a better thing to look at, or prioritizing, as Councilmember San Antonio has said, high and low and medium, things like that. The fiscal impact is undetermined at this point for any of these, and I would want to know that. I don't want to categorize something by that and send it through, so just kind of putting it out there.
And since this is a format we gave them, or I should say staff gave them, city manager would like to hop in here. So is it okay if I interrupt you and let the city manager comment on the low, medium, high?
Yeah, but I know we're trying to equal things out, or keep consistent within the different, but I didn't see that on, I haven't seen that in all of our plans that have come in front of us.
Well, it had low and none in the Environmental Commission. They didn't have any higher mediums that I saw.
So the one we got last week had high, medium, low.
Yeah.
So even if it's an undefined quantity and we're making comments on it, it's undefined.
Yeah,
so-
no, I understand your
Yeah, yeah.
concern. I thought since it was
I appreciate why it ended up there. I appreciate the intent of it. I'm just looking at where we're trying to get to, and yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. So one of the things that we told council we would come up with a work plan that was consistent throughout all of our commissions. And really what the fiscal impact should be is the fiscal impact of the actual work plan item, not what could come from it. So for instance, if you're looking at number 4, as we were talking about, work plan says create a coalition of community representatives to meet with and encourage SDG&E to present utility upgrades plan. There should be no cost to that because all you're doing is going and talking to SDG. So it shouldn't even be low, it should be none. So the fiscal impact is in regards to what the commission items should be. So I'm thinking that maybe we'll need to refine this to Deputy Mayor Harris' point, because most of these should not have fiscal impacts. Like if you go back to Park and Rec Commission, Arts Commission, most of those are going to say none. So it's not the ultimate outcome because remember, these are only recommending bodies. You folks would definitely, as council, you're the only ones that can okay funding. So I think that they might just need to refine that, but that's what it should be.
Yeah.
That was the purpose.
And so if that's the intent, I might lean back to what Councilmember Lyons was saying about, staff hours and like that, just for future.
Yeah, and what it looks like what the Environmental Commission did in their notes, which you could say, they look at staff time, but all of them are supposed to show that they don't have a fiscal impact, because if they do, they should be coming back to council to ask for that fiscal impact.
Perfect. All right. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that. Sorry to hold everybody up there.
Any other questions of clarification? If not, we'll go to public.
Sure, we have 2 speakers. First speaker is Molly Hantlian, followed by Karen Caden.
Good evening. Molly Henley. I also have concerns with the work plan and would like to highlight a few items. We need a plan that outlines both concept and programs. Missing on the work plan are operational impact and actionable metrics. While the commission, from a high level, represent a strong commitment to community safety and engagement, I feel the current work plan is too broad and doesn't address the current issues. I did communicate my concerns at the last meeting, so I want to take the opportunity to highlight that there is a need to narrow the scope and the focus. The Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission is a very important task force. Just a month ago, we heard Safe Streets demanding a task force. MTSC is that task force resource. I missed the opportunity earlier today to speak about the educational component that the city should focus on for the road safety, because I think the city should be leading an educational blitz and using social media, city website, and events. And the MTSC should be aiding that. A timely focus now that we have a communications manager and we can reallocate some budgeting from our bike safety. So as a commissioner, I thought we'd be playing a little bit more of an active role, not just providing big ideas, but actually spearheading programs. So thanks to our sheriff this year, we now receive a more customized, detailed monthly recap. I don't know if you realize how significant that is. And they fine-tune that heat map just for the MTSC so we could better hone in on the issues that we're having in certain parts of our city. So we need clarity and confirm the goals as presented. And I would like to ask this council to ask our experts, to ask Captain Watts and ask Engineer Nutter what their thoughts are on this work plan. What is their feedback? What would they suggest for changes? Because I see a need that we need to be focused on the very road safety programs that many of the citizens brought to us tonight. So thank you.
Good evening, and I like what Molly said. I don't know what number on the work plan that I just want to bring better signage for safety, and I think the Sheriff's Department can really help this council with a lot of improvements. I think the mobility traffic division here is very important for our city. I mean, you see a lot of people come here regards to safety, and this is the #1 safety. I'm on the Senior Citizen Commission. I'm learning what we need for safety for our seniors, but this is more important. This is the whole city, and I thank Molly for bringing it up. Now, I have an issue, but I don't know what work plan number the signage is. I wish I had that work plan in front of me, but there's a intersection for clear. Usually you'll have like painted white on the road, but at Vulcan and Encinitas Boulevard has a tiny little sign up above. You can't see it. And I'm there at that intersection a lot. And there's times where the fire department running down Vulcan and the traffic is still there right in the intersection. So I just hope that the Mobility Traffic Commission is listening. I don't know if I can go there and speak, but I know it has to be on the agenda. But I thought maybe a work plan number that you can include, the Sheriff's Department, helping them with the correct signage. If you can't see it above it, you're looking down below, and I expect a good word saying clear for the Sheriff's Department running through, because that's a very busy section. They're running through there, and so is the fire department. And I want to thank you for your time.
Can I respond to the speaker? Or
Yeah.
ask the city manager to respond to the speaker? We've actually had a discussion about this, and it's ongoing, a specific intersection.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Herr. I'm actually going to have Engineer Nutter talk to that because I know that you did bring that up. And Dan, if you could please answer that.
So keep clear or do not block markings on roadways are not intended for signalized intersections. They are meant for unsignalized intersections. Cars are not supposed to, per law, be stopping in a signalized intersection. We do have 2 signs on Encinitas Boulevard going westbound. One is on the mast arm of the signal. The other is just before the intersection. Again, not a standard application to install a keep clear or do not block marking within a signalized intersection. Could council direct us to do that even though it's not a standard or per standard of the MUTCD? They could, absolutely. Again, it's one of those things that it shouldn't be happening. It's bad behavior by drivers. So that's, I think, the response.
I appreciate the clarification. It is something city manager's office and myself and residents are actively looking at what else we can be done, but just wanted to give you an update on that specific intersection. Sorry to take the aside there.
And if I may, I apologize. I should have noted that as we are moving forward with our adaptive signal timing implementation, hopefully that should help alleviate, bless you, Councilmember Schaefer, some of the queuing that we do have at that location. So really what we're hoping is once we have that deployed completely, if there are still ongoing issues, maybe we have additional conversations internally as staff of how we may rectify that problem.
Oh, yeah. I was looking at Google Maps and counting the signs and whatnot. So, okay. With that, we'll move on to council deliberation. Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the work plan. I hear that it's a little vague. I think there's areas. Molly, you're on the commission, correct? Okay. So the things I would add right now, I think that commissioners or you guys could select somebody, subcommittees to attend school board meetings, going off of e-bike safety, going off of work plan education. A lot of the stuff that you guys were here tonight earlier was basically 100% your guys' commission. So I don't know if you guys were here. That leads me to the next point, is that having somebody from the commission at the appropriate meetings, I think in person would be ideal, at the very least, to be watching those. We're going to be doing the red light camera stuff, and we're going to be at the circulation stuff coming up. So somebody should be there or be watching it to have a brief or something like that, or watch it as a part of your guys' meeting to make sure that everybody's on the same page and hears it from the horse's mouths as to where we're headed.
They were here. Were you asking whether they were here earlier?
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, they were.
Okay, I didn't know or not, but just making sure that we have those covered. I would say that I think it's appropriate, like I said, the school board going there and either saying what you guys are doing and what you guys are trying to, as far as education and push, and letting them know that when either yourselves or Captain Watts would be having another safety class, something of that nature, kind of just being proactive and making sure that, because that's a big part of our city, right? It's 2/3 of our city, the parents and the kids, when you talk about that. So if we want to get to that message, and it was set up here, I said it last week, is the education part is significant part of this. And if we don't have that, and we don't start to make that change, a lot of the other changes just won't make sense. I would ask if we're going to be looking at Birmingham utility. I think Neptune would be worthwhile looking at if you're, as an additional portion. I'm not going to say it might be a subsection of 4, and stuff that we're doing at Birmingham might be just included at Neptune with the amount of parking we have there during the summertime, which leads me to my last point, is I think it'd be appropriate at this point with the new daylight rule in California. I do think it's appropriate that we find the specific areas in town that really do need red paint. Not every corner needs it. I don't think, obviously we know that would be too much money, too much time, and not appropriate, but there are locations that would be appropriate. Again, I mentioned Neptune, as we have the peak of summer, people are parking every which direction to get to the beach, as close to the beach, and causing those issues. So, and then I would, the last part I'll say, I guess, is to keep clear out of the intersection. It is a law. It's a standing law. It's a no gridlock, right? I think that's the appropriate term. So I think the last part of that would be to Captain Watts. Maybe it's an enforcement thing. I think there's certain intersections, Encinitas Boulevard, pretty much the entire distance to Smart and Final. Basically, that's the area where you start seeing that. And nobody wants to get a gridlock ticket, but it's probably time at some point to start pushing people beyond that, and it's starting to happen. So I'll rest.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay. I like the fact that this is a pretty minimal work plan in a lot of ways. I think there's definitely items that probably are broad on here that maybe encompass some of the things we're talking about. I want to make a few suggestions. On item number 2, I'd like you to expand beyond the sheriffs and SDU, HSD, bike safety. I believe Commissioner Hintlian has other resources she's well aware of and has studied over the years. I think that would be appropriate for us to look at besides that. Basically what we're going to get there is the Sheriff's Department and SD Bike Coalition. And SD Bike Coalition is a political group, in my opinion. So I'd like to explore all the groups possible out there that are looking at this and what they do and how we can improve it. So I would expand from pigeonholing the Sheriff's Department, SDU, HSD. I think it's a great item to have on there. It's obviously timely with last week's discussion, so I'm glad to see it on there. Item number 5, I think it's a great commission, a subcommittee. 2 people who will work well on something that they, I think, are well suited to do. I'd like to see you add bicycle and pedestrian conflict and safety mitigation review. I think we've heard a lot about bicycle safety, and there are three main modes of transportation out there, and the one I see left out the most, unfortunately, is pedestrian. In these conversations, I should say. And I'm going to move to number 6. So number 6 is a very big issue in the city. Number 6 is an issue that we are going to need to rely on objective information coming back to us. We need to be able to trust the information coming back to us is not slanted, it's not skewed, it's something that we're going to have a very serious discussion about on September 9th this year. So I'm going to ask that you remove Commissioner Ratcliffe from it. I believe she has shown too much bias in this category. She's been quite outspoken publicly. I personally think she has a common law conflict of interest. But because of that bias she's displayed, I don't believe she's capable of bringing back unbiased information to us. So for that, I'd rather see Hitlian and Templin or somebody like that, those two people on there, to bring back this very important model. I think these are people who've shown they're very capable of bringing objective, non-biased information to the commission, having watched and attended some of the meetings. I'm going to ask the rest of the council back me up on that one. I think we need that report to come back and know confidently in the back of our minds the decision information we're taking off of it is unbiased. And I don't think we could say that because of the actions of that commissioner publicly. Okay, number 7. So I'm going to step back here, number 7. I actually like that it's on here, but I'm going to propose something. Councilmember Schaefer, you remember when you and I first became council members, and it was like drinking through a fire hose, and there was not really any established onboarding. And so where I'm going with this is I love this item. I think it should be on here, but I don't think this is a traffic and safety commission work plan. So bear with me on a second for this one. What I would love to see is a delegation or a delegate from each of the commissions get together with the city manager's office or deputy city manager, wherever this would fall to, and create one subcommittee of all the committees, whatever you want to call that, that could get together and talk about an onboarding process for a commissioner in the city of Encinitas. And I think that would be the first service point. That would be a tremendous idea. I love that it's on here. I don't think it's exclusive to your commission. I think it's all the commissions. It's almost council, right? So I would love to see that I'd love to see your influence support all of the commissions by doing that. And I'm not sure if that's something we can do or not.
Or do both.
Well, and I will say this, the city has responded, and I think this year's onboarding was more substantial than it's ever been. But I see the city manager looking at me about this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I was talking to City Attorney Thind. And as you know, we did, for the first time, do commissioner training this year. And I would actually say that this is a staff task. It should be up to the liaisons and staff. And actually, one of the things we're currently doing as well is we're also looking at bylaws for all the commissions. And again, those need to look the same because all of these commissions. And that's being staff-led. And because I've had 4 commissions as a director, I am intimately involved in this. I want to be a city manager who helps. So I actually think that this should be a staff thing for them to do. I appreciate, the commissions are great, but I do really feel like staff should be able to take this on.
I love that it's on there, and I might throw the recommendation out, although I'm going to leave the task and decision ultimately to the city manager's office. I'd love to see maybe a survey of what those challenges are that were experienced by all of our commissioners across the board. So thank you. It sounds like it's going to be pulled off of here, but thank you. That makes sense. I'll rest for now. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. I agree with the bike and pedestrian comment on the one on item 5. The training, it's not the first time. 2002, I had a pretty full training. We even did mock meeting in here before we had a live meeting. So for planning commission. So there used to be a very formal training process, and I found it very, very instrumental in making me productive, not from day one, but certainly within a few months, right? So I wholeheartedly support getting back to that kind of training for each of the commissions, especially traffic and planning commission, which are 2 of the more technical and probably require more time than many. Well, they're probably all of them require it. So the only, I like this. I thought you were at the right level for the most part. Obviously anything we can do to make it more actionable or more deliverable or more defined, good. But I think, for the most part, I was happy with each one of these individual items. I like the addition of what Luke had mentioned, identify I'll call it high priority red curb that need daylighting throughout the city so that you can feed us. And I think, did I capture that pretty well? Okay. I'm going to try one more time, and if you guys say no, then I'll shut up. We used to have the Traffic Commission was the clearinghouse for public input of targeted enforcement. And it was nice because you represent, there are geographically dispersed members of the committee, and you provide institutional memory of, oh yeah, we did that a year ago and targeted, maybe it's time we do it again. What I'd like to be able to see is have public come to you, come to testify and say, we'd like targeted enforcement on here, on my street here, and here's why, here's the evidence. And the commission could then be I'll call it first line of defense, and also would relieve, hopefully, people calling directly into the sheriffs and saying, hey, we need you to come out now today. Provide that function of allocation over time. And it would be a recommendation to the sheriff, not obviously a requirement, and work it out with I think isn't there the traffic sheriff attends the meetings. And so we used to do this 10, 15 years ago. It worked well. The feedback I got back then, I heard, was really good. So it'd be a work item. You could do it every month, every other month, and then just provide a week focus here, a 2-week focus there, a week focus there, and or all 4 weeks here, or all 8 weeks, depending whether you do it monthly or every other month. But I view this as a great function for a commission, because commissioners are residents like the rest of us, and so it would help offload us, it would help offload the sheriff, and I don't know if Shane, you'd like to comment on whether that would help you. Or, I think we've talked about it before, and you said it would help. Yeah.
Yes. Not that I was prepared to speak. I wanted to be here in support. But yeah, I mean, anything that we can do to give the support and give them the backing to make those kind of recommendations, I think that's important. I think that by having them have an active role, and that was kind of why we redid what we were presenting to them, so that over the course of the year, as we're presenting our data, that kind of like what Molly was saying, the goal is really to start looking at, are we identifying some issues or concerns by having these accidents, and really focusing on you have Dan, you have myself, we can bring in Josh, and looking at these intersections or these areas that we are seeing more collisions, and really putting our heads together to figure out, is it an infrastructure issue? Is it an enforcement issue? Is it just traffic? Anything that we can do as a commission, as a team, I think better serves us.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, because the idea being, if I look at the citations right now, speeding, distracted driving, running stop lights, running stop signs, and DUI, if we could address those with enforcement and everything else, that's the top issues, and we would knock down bad driver behavior incredibly if we had a feedback mechanism that could help direct the sheriff. So I would add that. So I'm going to make a motion in the interest of speeding things up.
Ask a question on that one?
Sure.
It might help with the motion. One of the challenges at Traffic Safety Commission, Mobility Traffic Safety Commission, repeatedly is time. They run out of time. They're rushed at the end. And so my question would be, with traffic safety focus is, my concern, I guess, would be to express in whatever manner it's put in, it doesn't end up eating up like a half hour of their meeting. I do have a concern about that because they have a very frequent tendency to run out of time.
So midnight or 2
Let them go. Yeah, let them go to 2
They don't. They repeatedly. You guys generally tend to not extend from my experience. I think the only one meeting I attended, you extended, and that was.
We do tend to extend it probably like 30 minutes. I mean, the last one we did. But, you know, they pretty much stay between 3.5 hours, somewhere in there.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, I think it worked in the past, but I don't know. Do you want to comment, either Chris or Patricia, on
what?
this idea on the rotating enforcement and listening to the public and pulling that in?
Yeah, no, I mean, I recall that coming up a year ago when, you know, we presented. So, you know, I think it's real appropriate for us to kind of be the sounding board, you know, so that the community knows that they can come to our meetings, and we're kind of, as you said, the first line of defense, and be able to take that information then and consolidate it and pass it on to City Council.
Chris, any comments?
No, I think that's what's happening already.
I
You
do
know,
too. Yeah.
We know what incidents have happened. We know what areas, events, whatever. We hear it. So this is just maybe a little bit more of a structured approach around that. You know, because we always want to definitely listen and hear and you know, react if we can to what we hear.
So I'll make a motion to approve the current goals in the plan, adding a goal 9, as I just described, and then also adding a goal 10, which is identify the red curbs, high priority red curbs needed throughout the city.
I'll second.
And if possible, or to a plus up to, if they're, you know, number 4, if they could look at Neptune at the same time of utilities.
I'm okay with that. I
sub
think
B, sub
I think
B.
the reason that's on here is because the poles are in the middle of the sidewalks. I don't know that the poles on Neptune, are they in the middle of the ped path?
No, I do know that they cause issues, but
So my only concern there is it
might not be one-to-one.
fully
Okay.
understand why this is on the MTSC, and that one, that may be more in our purview from a view standpoint, because if we start talking about that, we're going to have everybody on every road, north-south road in Cardiff in here saying, we need to look at their poles because it's affecting their view. So I'll hold off on that one. So
Mayor?
motion,
Were you going to take off number 7, which was the onboarding?
yeah, if that's, and we're going to answer that at the
Staff will.
staff level. Okay. So, and take off number 7. So that's my motion. It looked like I had a second on that.
Yes.
And we'll continue on with Councilmember San Antonio.
I thought this was a great work plan. I mean, I think as I looked through it, it was like, well, I've heard all of these since I first got onto council. I've heard all of these except for 6 or 7, number 6 and 7. I thought it was awesome that Birmingham was on here. I think, you know, I know you said it might be a heavy lift, but I think the perfect example of that is Deputy Mayor O'Hara with his NCTD drain fix. No money. He just made the phone calls, constant pressure, and he got it done. So I think that this, not that I expect you to call him every day, but it's that, like, the fact that it's on here and that will to do it. I mean, who knows? That would be a great win for the community if that was able to happen. That was one of the first things that every public comment for a while, somebody would always bring that up. So it was cool to see it on here. Yeah, I think I thought it was, you know, like I said, I've heard all these things. So when I saw it, I'm like, this is great, because there's nothing on here that doesn't make sense to be on here. So I appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay, I'm going to make a replacement motion. I'm going to do item number 2 to add, expand beyond the sheriff and SDSU, not just, or whatever, however we want to reword that, to not only include those. I believe, Mayor, you said you wanted number 5 to be and pedestrian.
Yeah.
I'll go with removal of number 7 for the reasons given. Items 8 and 9, which identify high priority red curb, traffic safety focus, and I'm going to add in On top of that,
I think you mean 9 and 10. There
9
is-
and 10,
There is
whatever.
an 8.
Yeah, 9 and 10, sorry.
Okay.
And then I'm going to come back to item number 6. I believe Commissioner Ratcliffe is not capable of providing an unbiased opinion on this. She's outspoken, already told us what she thinks. She's already said she's done her research. And so this is an important matter. We need an unbiased report back. So I'm going to recommend that we have 2 commissioners. I would go with Hintley and Templin, but obviously I believe we need to remove this commissioner from that subcommittee for the best interest of the city. That's simply, we need to make the best decision on these things and need to have the best input. And while they may have good input or not good input, they have already stated their opinion clearly. So that's my replacement motion.
And do we have a second on the replacement motion?
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. And I've got Councilmember, you yield if you're done?
I was going to say I support all the conversations, and I certainly think Councilmember Schaefer looking at Neptune and parking on that is definitely something we should be looking at across the board, because I think it is obviously a huge issue. I didn't go to the beach last Sunday because I went down there and could not find a spot. So I'll rest.
Okay, and Councilmember Lyons.
I wasn't going to weigh in on this, thinking that would be let go, but I'm going to ask the city attorney. I feel like our deputy mayor has accused one of our commissioners of bias, and I think that's inappropriate. I think it's inappropriately placed, and I wonder what the proper action is, because it looks like if this motion moves forward, it will limit the commissioner's ability to do the work that her commission has assigned to her. Now, there's lots of people who prepare data for us on the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission. We get it all the time from Commissioner Medic, from Commissioner Hitley, from Commissioner Eldon. We get it all the time. They have their references. We will take it for what it is, and we will look at the references. We're smart people. We can assess that. This commissioner will do the same thing. I think this is an unfair treatment of a commissioner. Can you weigh on it?
Well, what I would say, Councilmember, is obviously the commissioners, the work plan, that's well within the purview of the council to make decisions on in terms of how the work is done. It's listed on the work plan, so I do believe it's appropriate for the council to make that distinction if it wants to. But I think your point about the fact that other commissioners may already have their own preconceptions, they may already have their own, I don't want to say the word biases because bias necessarily implies something, but they may have their own preferences, beliefs, et cetera. That goes into their work no matter what.
Right.
And I think that's a very fair point for you to raise. But ultimately, even when there are commissioners listed as being involved in this, I believe most of the time that's a subcommittee, but then it goes to the full commission, of course, and then the full commission will take into consideration what is presented to them and then vote and then bring it in some form to the council as a recommendation. So, while it's listed as 1 or 2 members in each of these, ultimately the full commission would then be able to hear it and vet it at that point as well.
Given, if I could still keep the floor, given that that's true, that's correct, and thank you for profiling that the full commission would review it and it would be modified, or any opinion can be modified by the full commission. The reason we have a full body is that no one voice speaks for the commission, no one voice does that. And that's why we have the structure of the number of people we have. I think it's comfortable and fair to allow this commissioner to provide this body of work, just like we're allowing the other commissioners to provide the body of work we're asking them to provide. I would hope maybe the deputy mayor might reconsider that request.
I won't. She's the only person on that committee. She's outwardly, vocally, in fact, she's a member of a group that outwardly, outspokenly has brought this to the city's attention in a position of support of on the record. I don't see how we get unbiased information out of that resource. I believe she will have the opportunity to chime in and offer what she knows, which is probably a wealth to it once it comes to the commission in a manner that we can feel confident is unbiased.
Well, in that regard, Commissioner Maddock is on the record for saying he doesn't support bollards, and yet he's tasked with the item that is to review and report back to the full commission on bollards. So, if we're using that logic, I think it doesn't prevail.
I can contrast that. There's two people on that commission, and I also think that Commissioner Medak has not joined a group, opened up a social media account, promoting a subject on any of these things. And there's a vast difference once you've done that.
I'd like to consider that. I would like to ask the deputy mayor if you would consider asking the commission to assign an additional person to the item number 6 to join Ratcliffe in her production of the materials. Someone that you that they might think is going to help with that effort.
So I would be comfortable with Commissioner Templin or Hintman joining him, just because they have fewer assignments anyhow at this point. And if they're not willing to or unable to, then I think we need to bring this back. We're making a decision about the city that's going to affect people in a million different ways, and we're going to have a lot of feedback on. It's going to be financially impactful on people. It's came and went before. It's been very controversial, and once you start with a question in your mind of whether the information you're receiving is right from the bottom, at the foundation of it is broken, then you can't trust any of the information up above it. And that's really important in this process. It's about establishing a good foundation that's clear.
Mayor, may I have the floor?
Oh, you have the floor. You
Okay.
were asking him direct questions,
Yeah.
and he was responding, and I was allowing it. But
I believe that I asked if he would consider having the commission assign an additional person, and I believe he said he would be acceptable to that.
Is that true?
I did, and I gave the two commissioners I'd accept at this point.
Okay. So what we have right now is that's a modified, and the seconder will agree with that. So we might have to read the alternate motion back, but
Sure.
Confirm the alternate motion is the same as yours, just with that.
Yeah, the alternate motion is the same motion the mayor made with the addition of number 5, because I think he skipped it, which was bike and pedestrian.
Yeah.
And then that amendment that we just spoke about, adding a separate, one of the other commissioners, if they're willing to number 6, and otherwise bringing it back if we can't find an additional commissioner.
So what I have on the table, and correct me if I'm wrong, is for item number 2 is in addition to the sheriffs and HSD, any additional resources or possibilities, exploring that. And then number 5, the inclusion of pedestrian conflict. And number 6 is to also include either Hintley and Templin to that subcommittee.
or bring back.
Or bring it back
Or-
if they're not willing.
Or bring it back if they're not willing. Removal of number 7, the addition of number 9, which is to have the public come to the MTSC for the rotating enforcement. And then number 10 is explore high priority red curbs.
Correct.
Yep. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Actually, I'm up next, but
Do we need to make sure the seconder?
He did.
Okay.
yeah, I did.
Okay, perfect.
So, okay. And so actually with the change to the motion, my questions go away, but I will say for the following, I purposely wanted a mix of opinions on the commissions because I want the disagreement to occur there, not here, or less here. I want the discussion to occur there. I have no problem with Commissioner Radcliffe. I wouldn't have put her on the commission if I thought she couldn't do good work and bring it to us. And I have faith in this group of questioning every detail. Believe me, I've seen it. So with that, I was going to call the question and see if we can keep moving on here. I appreciate too the open, honest communication here about your concerns, and also appreciate the compromise to put a second commissioner on that item. So with that, did you want to speak? No. Okay, let's call the question for the alternate motion, the substitute motion.
That motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Lyons voting no.
Okay, and since that carried, the other one is moot, and there's nothing else on this item, we can move on to item 12C. Not a public hearing, yeah. Okay. And this is introduction of ordinance 2026-17, amending Title 23, the Building and Construction section of the Encinitas Municipal Code regarding development impact fee and mitigation fees regarding development impact. Well, that's redundant in there. Contact person is Finance Director Gallup. When you're ready. Okay. Online or?
Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council members. I'm Tom Gallup, Finance Director, and with me tonight is Nikki Chalfant, Assistant Finance Director. And the item before you tonight is the introduction of Ordinance 2026-17, amending Title 23 of the Encinitas Municipal Code regarding development impact fees, otherwise referred to as mitigation fees. The Mitigation Fee Act allows the city to impose development impact fees, also known as mitigation fees, on the new development within the city. Development impact fees are one-time charges on new development that are collected and used by the city to cover the cost of capital facilities, infrastructure, vehicles, and equipment, all that are related to serve new growth. City Council adopted Resolution Number 2026-34 on May 20th, 2026, which updated the city's Development Impact Fee Program by adopting a citywide nexus study. The nexus study is necessary to ensure the city's development impact fees are reasonably related to and proportionate to the impacts of new development, and the program is in compliance with the Mitigation Fee Act. The City Council also amended development impact fees based on the findings of the Nexus study. Following adoption of Resolution Number 2026-34, staff conducted a comprehensive review of the Encinitas Municipal Code to identify areas that were inconsistent with current practice, procedure, language, and/or law, and to prescribe revisions to address these issues. Staff recommends reorganizing and updating the Encinitas Municipal Code as reflected in Attachment 1, Exhibit B of the agenda report to comply with current regulations, add more comprehensive language where applicable, improve management and regulation of the city's development impact fee program, and align with the recently adopted Nexus study. The amendments will replace Encinitas Municipal Code Chapters 2392 through 2398 with new chapters 23100 through 23110, which will provide consistent organization and formatting. It will update the Encinitas Municipal Code to reflect current government code, provide that all fees are set by council resolution, allow annual fee adjustments each July using the Engineers News Record Construction Cost Index. It will reflect creation of a new program administration fee, which is a 5% fee on all city impact fees to fund administrative tasks associated with new legislation. It will also create a separate chapter for the San Diego Association of Governments Regional Traffic Congestion Impact Fee, which is supplemental to the city's traffic mitigation fee, which is currently consolidated under one chapter and will be split between two chapters. And finally, that'll codify exemptions and waivers and credits and reimbursements, and also establish appeals and refunds. Staff is also recommending additional language to the ordinance presented in the agenda report, specifically amending subsection 23.100.60B on page 21 of the agenda report to better define construction for public and governmental purposes, and excluding residential, mixed-use, and privately operated development, which is subject to development impact fees. This additional language, which staff is proposing, reads, for purposes of this subsection, public or governmental purposes means non-commercial activities or capital projects undertaken by a government entity in its official capacity to provide or maintain public facilities, infrastructures, or services essential to government operations. Public or governmental purposes expressly excludes any residential, mixed-use, or privately operated development. Staff recommends introducing Ordinance 2026-17 with an amendment to subsection 23.100.60B to include the clarifying language regarding construction for public or governmental purposes. If introduced, staff will return to council for adoption on September 16th. This concludes my presentation. Staff's available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions of clarification? If not, public, we have one.
Ellen Burr?
Good evening, council. I absolutely hate that we have been forced to go to square feet for determining impact fees, because there is no way that a 4,000 square foot house impact with a family of 4, possibly 2 adults, is equivalent to 4,000 square feet that includes 2 twin homes and 2 large ADUs, resulting in probably at least 4 adults and who knows how many children. We are talking about impact fees, but I guess we are stuck with this because we have had to go to square feet as opposed to bedrooms or number of units. This being said, reiterating what I mentioned earlier this evening, whenever there is a development that has affordable units, we would be doing even more of a disservice to ourselves to allow those units to be less square feet, because that means less impact fee. So keep that in mind for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, Ellen makes a good point about the square feet, and Tom, I'm wondering if you could give a little bit more of a background on why we're required to use that.
It's actually part of the government code. Assembly Bill 602 requires that. Now, cities assess the fee based on square footage for proportionality reasons.
Yeah, okay, that's how I understood. I just wanted to make sure, see if I was understanding it correctly and for the benefit of the speaker. I think this is a thoughtful and fair report here that we're considering today in introduction, and I'd just like to say that I accept this introduction. I don't know, Mayor, if there's a motion that needs to be made. So I'll go ahead and move the recommendation, which will be to accept this introduction.
And it'll include the modification on 23.100.060B, just to be.
Thank you for that, yes.
Yeah. Okay, with that, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
And I'm kind of in line with that. The move to square footage really has as much to do with the change in laws of ADUs being exempt from certain pieces, right? And things where we can't apply it directly, but we can apply square footage. Is that where that kind of comes from?
Well, yeah, ADUs are exempt under 750 square feet, so it's kind of trying to create a consistent measure across, fees so that they can be evaluated and consistently applied.
That was my main question. I had read through that, and I'm glad I actually came up here because that was the only question I was going to ask. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll second the motion if nobody else has. And I really appreciate this. Is really well thought through, good code. Just to verify for everybody out in the audience, no fees are changing as a result of these, other than adding the 5% program administration fee.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's it. With that, I think we will call the question. Cool.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 12D.
And I would ask, since it's been 3 hours, do you want to take a 10-minute break?
I think this next one.
5 minutes?
Next one.
Oh,
I'm okay, but.
We're okay? Okay. Power through.
Power through.
I'm not asking, well, there are few in the audience, but not many. So, moving on, 12C. Same group, or 12D, I'm sorry, 12D. Public hearing and the consideration and adopting resolutions authorizing adjustments to the cost of services schedule for user fees and the schedule of fully burdened hourly rates for services provided. And, we switched seats now. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So,
Thank you so much for that. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. I'm Nikki Chalfant, Assistant Finance Director, here tonight to introduce item 12D, a public hearing for the consideration of adopting resolutions for the adjustments to the cost of service schedule for user fees and fully burdened hourly rates. Here with me tonight is Finance Director Gallup. And our consultants from NGT, we have Trevor Zagara and Mike Adams with us tonight. We also have the relevant department directors and staff for the fee schedules that are included in the report. This includes Director of Development Services, Director of Engineering, and Fire Chief Gordon, who will be available for questions. And now I'll pass it over to Trevor to take us through the presentation.
Awesome. Thank you, Nikki. Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for having us. We will now be discussing the user fee study conducted by MGT Consulting and the City of Encinitas staff on the fees charged by the Development Services Planning Department, Engineering Land Development Department, and the Fire Safety Department. My name is Trevor Zagara, and this is my colleague Mike Adams. We are with MGT Consulting, and we're here along with members of the city to provide clarification on the study process, results, and methodology. Going into the introduction and project background, the project background and foundational context for the study include the purpose, which is to align fees with documented costs of service, set clear cost recovery targets, and project revenue impacts and confirm fairness via peer benchmarking. Our city sponsor was the Finance Department, and the participating departments were the Development Services Planning Department, Engineering Land Development Department, and the Fire Prevention Department. The data years used in the analysis were fiscal year 2025 actual expenditures and annual activity volumes averaged over 3 years using fiscal years 23 through 24, 24 through 25, and 25 through 26, and the fiscal year 2027 budgeted staffing costs. If there was an anomaly or if there was an outlier for those annual volumes, we used staff expertise to provide a reasonable volume, and those were updated manually. The guardrails that we maintained throughout the study was a compliance with California Proposition 26, saying that fees must not exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing the service, and Proposition 218, saying that the updated fees need to be announced and approved by City Council and the attorney. So this study supported fee treatment by calculating service costs, allocating costs to the benefiting or burdening user, and capping recommendations at no more than 100% of estimated reasonable cost, and the final adoption in legal compliance remains subject to city attorney and city council review and approval. Lastly, the deliverables that were produced during the study were department fee models, proposed fee schedules, a final report, fully burdened rates, and a peer benchmarking survey. The scope of services and the purpose of the user fee study was to establish a fair and transparent and sustainable fee structure. Thank you, Nikki. Fee structure for the city of Encinitas. First, by determining full costs through analyzing staff time, resources, and overhead, establishing true cost of each service, identifying subsidy levels, and then we were updating and aligning fees by adjusting outdated or unclear fee amounts and structures, adding and removing fees, and ensuring compliance with a reasonable cost standard, meaning that all inputted data was reviewed for transparency, accuracy, and consistency. And if full cost was still higher than what was reasonable, policy set to propose fees at under 100% cost recovery. Lastly, we guided policy decisions by providing fiscal projections of fee changes, benchmarking against peers, and supporting informed council adoption. This slide lays out the methodology and approach to how rates and costs were determined. The methodology ensures transparency, legal compliance, and accurate cost recovery. First was setting the scope and planning, where we defined objectives, assembled a team, and gathered key documents. Second was the data collection, where we brought in current fee schedules and volumes, actual expenditures, salaries and benefits, full-time employees, org charts, and a cost allocation plan. Next was the rate development, where we computed fully burdened hourly rates using direct labor, department indirect costs, and external overhead. The overhead was calculated during the study with land development under the Development Services Department. The next is the time estimation, where staff time spent per fee activity was taken into account, times the volume to calculate the per unit costs as well as the annual costs. We worked with staff to develop those time estimates, which is the average amount of time required to provide the service for the user by the appropriate staff member or members. And we know that some instances require more or less than what is expected to provide that service, and that is why we use an average of the actual time spent to account for a standard deviation in either direction. Volumes are then multiplied by that total time to annualize the time spent, which is an important way to ensure that any given staff member's annual time is not being over or underutilized. Next is the user fee modeling, where we compared the full cost versus current revenues, identified subsidies or over recoveries, and proposed fees. The full cost not only includes the labor costs, but certain expenditures such as contract costs as well, to get a full picture of costs for each fee. Next is the legal and policy lens, where we took into account Proposition 26 and 218 compliance, community versus private benefit, demand elasticity, and competition. And after full reasonable costs were determined, the newly proposed rates were reviewed and evaluated by department management and executive team to determine feasibility and policy targets. Next was the peer benchmarking, where we looked at 5 San Diego County peers, which were Carlsbad, Vista, Solana, Del Mar, and San Marcos. And lastly is the implementation, where each department targeted 50 to 100%, with a select few fees coming in just below 50%. So in summation, we built fully burdened hourly rates and modeled per unit costs as well as annual costs, and the proposed fees were calibrated to recover no more than a reasonable cost under Proposition 26 and reflect policy considerations along with market context via a peer comparison survey. The policy determined by the city is to charge fees at 50% cost recovery if current recovery is below 50%, to charge fees at 80% cost recovery if current recovery is below 80% and at or above 50%. And then any fees currently recovering 80% and above were proposed at 100%, aside from 3 fees in planning that were proposed at 16%, 25%, and 53%, to keep the fee steady at its current recovery, match the market, or to ensure demand isn't disincentivized per the city's direction. This policy strategy allows for a gradual right-sizing of cost recovery while minimizing the year-one impact on users. These are the executive summary of findings figures with a department snapshot, where through the three departments laid out here, planning, engineering, and fire. We see the department's full costs, their current recovery numbers, and the current recovery percentages, with planning currently at 46%, engineering at 43%, and fire at 33%, with a total recovery across those three departments at 43%. We also show the recommended revenue and recommended recovery. The recommended recoveries are 59% for planning, 62% for engineering, and 56% for fire, with an average at 60%. And the annual change for each department, respectively, is just under $500,000 for planning, just under $800,000 for engineering, and at $170,000 for fire, with just under $1.5 million total in annual change. We also wanted to call out that we noticed a couple engineering fee bases were mislabeled as flat fees, but they are to remain as they are currently being charged by per sheet. One is labeled as per sheet, but it will actually remain a flat fee as they are currently charged.
And those are all noted in highlights in the updated report.
Next is the policy-aligned next steps. The operational roadmap to implement cost of service findings across all divisions. First is adopting update planning, engineering, and fire, and set fees to an estimated reasonable cost. Then moving to that year one approach. In year one, fees recovering under 50% are set to 50%, fees under 80% are set to 80%, and not all fees are set to 100% in year one to ease impacts and improve predictability. Improving predictability referring to the response of users as well as the financial impacts to the city. Then the annual CPI index applied during the budget process each year before the next full fee study and maintain chosen cost recovery levels. Then over a 3 to 5 year study cycle, there will be a full study that occurs through those 3 to 5 years, or every 3 to 5 years rather, with minor updates in those off years and continuing through that cycle to align fees with the cost to serve. These are 4 recommended actions to strengthen Encinitas' fee structure. 1, establishing an online master fee schedule, implement a comprehensive master fee schedule page on the city website, creating a centralized online database for all adopted fees, charges, and recovery policies will improve customer experience and streamline adoption practices. 2, set target cost recovery levels. Use this analysis to set council-approved cost recovery targets by department or service category, recognizing where private benefit warrants 100% recovery and where community benefit justifies subsidy. Refresh every 3 to 5 years, conducting a full cost of service refresh every 3 to 5 years with minor adjustments in non-study years to reflect changes in staffing, service delivery, and demand. And 4, applying annual CPI adjustment. Apply an annual inflationary adjustment, CPI or equivalent, during the budget process so fees keep pace with rising costs and maintain board-adopted recovery levels. Thank you all for your time. We will be sticking around to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. And since this is a public hearing, we will go through disclosures. So if I can start down at the far end, and any council disclosure of any other information you received that was not included in the staff report.
I have nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I have nothing to disclose too. Are there any preliminary questions? If not, I will open the public hearing. And how many speakers?
One speaker?
Okay, in person?
Yes. Fabian Gannell?
Good evening again. I have no issue with the increases themselves. It's a great report, great work, but I've spotted a legal issue that, in my opinion, you should address before voting. The large majority of these increases apply to development applications and permits. Under the Mitigation Fee Act, specifically Section 66017 of the Government Code, these fees cannot take effect sooner than 60 days after adoption. 60 days from tonight is October 25th. Both resolutions say October 1st. I called the Finance Department earlier, and Ms. Chalfant was kind enough to return my call to discuss this issue. She advised me that she had gotten some legal advice from the city attorney on the issue, and so it would not have been appropriate for me to inquire further. But the conversation leaves me with a strong suspicion that there's been something lost in the translation between section 66019 of the government code that applies to impact fees and section 66017. 66019 applies to impact fees such as the ones that you enacted in 2026-34, which was discussed in the last item. And if you remember, that was enacted May 20th. That increase didn't go into effect until July 20th. Why? Because 66019 applied. That applies to impact fees. 66017 applies to fees like this. It's a two-tier 60-day thing. And so my request or recommendation, very respectfully, is that you move to accept and enact this, but with an amendment that says that the fees take effect on October 1st or the earliest date section 66017 permits, as the city attorney determines. If the city attorney determines I'm wrong, then great, no harm, no foul, they still apply October 1st. But if I'm right about this, then doing it this way saves the city the trouble of giving developers a pretty free lawsuit. Thanks.
Okay, was that it? We will now close the public hearing and move to council discussion with Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor, and can we get any clarification on what was just said?
Thank you. So I actually was not aware of that issue until now. I would recommend that we just defer the fees till October 25th, and we could just add that into the resolution.
Easy day. Awesome. Okay, so thank you, Fabian, for saving us 24 days worth of possible lawsuits. I just want to say thank you to the Finance Department and to our assistant MGT helpers here. This is a phenomenal work, and the last item, 12C, as well. This is cleanup, this is stuff, and I'm really just saying this to the city of Encinitas, that this is the type of stuff that this staff is doing for you, for the city, and that just freed up almost $1.5 million possibly of general fund that comes.
Minus 25 days.
Minus 25 days.
So
However,
one tenth fell off.
Yeah, but this is a phenomenal work by our city staff and the type of work that your city staff is doing for you. So if you don't think that your city staff is doing something for you, $1.5 million found over the course of the year. So appreciate all of you.
So I'll go next. I had a question as far as, is this included in the budget? In other words, this 1.4 minus now the 25 days, so 1.2 million annually, and it's going to occur October 25th, so we got a little over half a year, so maybe 800,000. Is that in the current budget, or will this be potentially an increase at year end to revenues that we pleasantly get, fairly so?
We did make some assumptions in the budget. It's not exact because we didn't have the study yet, so we'll have to do some right sizing, and we can come back with what that exact amount is once the fees are enacted.
Okay, but you put in something thinking that sometime during the year, so, the windage is in, oh darn, I was hoping we found an extra 800,000 we can go spend in this fiscal year. The one and only, I love all the work, I echo everything said, the appeal fee, that's my only concern, because that to me becomes a due process issue for people and neighbors and neighborhoods. Back 20 years ago it was $100. Then it went to 200 or 250. And then the last few years we got up to 467. I think that's where we are today. And now we're jumping it to 1,400. And my question is, and my request would be, this is not necessarily an area where I want to do 100%, even 80% or even 50% cost recovery. I want it to be significant but not burdensome. I would propose, instead of 1,400, we make it for an appeal of like a planning commission decision or of a director of development decision or director of engineering decision, we make it 500. and then we index it for inflation, just like the others. But, so I'll move approval with that one change and put it out there for discussion. You have a question or comment?
No, just,
No, you were moving like that.
No, just saying, we did do on this one, we did do a peer comparison, just to let you know, for plan appeals. And Vista is $756.71, interesting 71 cents. Solana Beach is $11.18, Del Mar is $17.28, and San Marcos is $2,000. So, I mean, we will definitely defer to, I just wanted to bring that up, that we are definitely very low, but also too, if we look, how many, finance, how many do we have when we say we had appeals, by the way, in the thing, I'm looking?
In the report, we have one. If you look at just last year's volume, there was 10.
Okay, so we're talking 10. I just wanted to point that out.
$1,000.
Not a make or break, folks, on this one.
10,000, yeah.
So it's 1.450, not 1.460.
Yeah, well, no, it's 1.2 minus another 10,000, so I and again, it comes back from being on that side of the podium so often, having to appeal, so that's my motion.
And then also, can we say, and they would be go into effect October 25th? Let's
I'll
definitely
add
make
that.
sure we got that.
I'm not,
Did you get a second yet?
I don't think so.
I'll second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second, and I'll yield. And did you have anything else? If not, we'll call the question. Oh, should we read it back just to be clear? I don't want to get in too much of a hurry.
So it's adoption of those resolutions with the change in the effective date of October 25th, 2026, and then changing the appeal fee to $500.
Yeah, and still index
And
it.
still indexing with CPI.
Yeah. Yep. Call the question and.
That motion carries unanimously.
Perfect. Moving on to 12E. And that is the response to council-initiated item 12A, which is AB 747 evacuation technology, impact analysis and related objective standards. And contact person is Fire Chief Gordon.
Motion to extend the meeting till 10:30. Expect us to be finished. Motion to extend.
Second.
All right, call to vote. The mayor verbally confirmed. He said aye.
That motion to extend until 10:30 passes unanimously.
Do we want the mayor to?
He's read every word, so you can probably start.
All right, go ahead. We have a quorum. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, council members, and when Mayor Ehlers gets back, Mayor Ehlers. I just want to first just point out that this is a collaborative presentation. There's a lot of information in here. It's very technical. We tried to make it as easy to understand as possible, but I want to thank Scott, Jess, and Dan for all their help in getting us to this point. Like Mayor Ehlers said, this is the response to Deputy Mayor O'Hara's council-initiated item for AB 747 evacuation analysis and objective standards. And so as we go forward, again, Deputy Mayor O'Hara on March 25th gave us this council-initiated item and directed us to evaluate methodologies, tools, and technologies for AB 747 evacuation impact analysis and related objective standards. He gave us 120 days, and that 120 days fell in July, so nobody was here. So we had to extend it out into August. But there's a few objectives in here that we want to cover, and that's not, number one, quantify evacuation impacts, 2, improve evacuation planning, and then 3, support future objective development review processes and decisions. And so I think the first thing we need to do is go over, what the state mandates are, and there's 3 that kind of overlap. The first is on the left, AB 747, and under Government Code Section 65302.15, this requires us to identify our evacuation routes and evaluate their capacity, safety, and viability under the range of emergency scenarios. In the middle, SB 99 identifies or requires us to identify residential developments located in hazard areas that do not have at least 2 emergency evacuation routes or exits. And then AB 1409 directs us to identify specific evacuation locations, such as emergency shelters, receiving areas, and temporary refuge areas. And then they need to be tied directly to different emergency scenarios. So I think these 3 pillars support the comprehensive analysis that we dove into. So a quick executive summary of what we're going to go over. 1 is obviously the state mandate. California law requires the city to quantify evacuation safety, map our limited access neighborhoods, and identify shelter locations under complex emergency scenarios. 2nd is the technology finding. Our investigation found that while Encinitas possesses excellent operational tools, we currently lack the validated analytical tools needed for complex modeling capacity. I think more importantly, our market revealed that there's no real just silver bullet for any of these technologies that we looked at. And we're going to have to do a deeper dive and see which ones we need to adopt for the future if we go that direction. And then the recommendation is, again, no immediate software purchase. Instead, authorize a deliberate phased evacuation master plan utilizing existing staff and specialized consulting model. So that's just a quick summary of what we're going to go over. And as we get into this, there's 2 distinct, I think, work streams here. One is the operational side, the evacuation side, which we're doing a great job. Public warnings, evacuation orders, zones, the incident coordination, our mapping, the work with the sheriffs that we do. We're really strong with that, and you can see that also with the safety element. The safety element also calls out some other things that where I see the biggest gap, and that's our evacuation capacity analysis, where we're looking at route performance modeling, traffic queue calculations, bottleneck identification, clearance times, and then project-specific development impacts. And a lot of that is going to fall more on the engineering and planning department. So with IT's help for all of us, to be honest with you. But that's why I'm glad they're sitting up with me today. Sorry to throw you guys under the bus a little. Yeah. So the existing foundation, I think, is important to understand because we do have some technology today that works really well, right? ArcGIS with Jess's team and IT does a great job of giving us layers of maps that help us with our evacuation, understanding what our vegetation looks like, in putting the zones on our website, on the public safety webpage. Synchro is another tool that engineering uses. While it's used in a limited capacity, it still has some good value for us. WebEOC, we just did a big EOC drill, which we unfortunately can't use WebEOC. The county is working on it at the moment, but once it gets completed and we get going again with WebEOC, it's a really good tool that we have for coordination throughout the county and all the jurisdictions around us. And then Genesis Protect and Alert San Diego are our evacuation orders. It's how we communicate with the public. It provides them with zones. And then the sheriffs and the fire department get together and use those to help with the community. So that's kind of this existing foundation that we have that is working pretty well. So as we move forward, we're trying to look at the council-initiated item 12A criteria. And get to the right thing here. I kept talking past my slides. The technology review didn't identify that one product that performs every required function or is ready for immediate adoption as the city's solution. Technology alone will not close this gap. So I think we need to look at our technology inputs, softwares, and tools that we need to have. And to do that, I think we need to have verified local data first, documented reviewable assumptions, consultant-supported modeling, and then professional traffic engineering validation. And that's going to get us what I think we're looking for with that legal, compliance, and defensible standard, an objective standard that we want to get to. So today, this is a very shortened version of the crosswalk we have in the agenda report. AB 747, the mandate that we have to identify evacuation routes. The planning department and the general plan and safety elements already done a good job of that. We just need to make sure we maintain that in our ArcGIS, which we are. Identify limited access residential areas in SB 99. We addressed that at the planning level as well. Evaluate route safety and viability. We're partially complete with that. I think we still need to create consistent method to score narrow roads, bridges, and our failure points. We have to identify evacuation locations. That is also partially complete. What we have left is to map those shelters or temporary refuge areas and put those in our ArcGIS and mapping. And then the one big gap, what we keep talking about, is evaluate route capacity and project impacts. And that's going to require some consultants and some deeper dive into the data that we do have, but also to create some of this data and do some studies. I know we kind of just listened to finance talk about the Mitigation Fee Act, and this slide is basically just saying we need to have that nexus, right? So that's what we need to create on our end to make sure that what we're going to do in the future is legally defendable, right? So we're here at 1. If we're using this staircase to get to where we want with objective standards, we need to have verified local data. We need to consolidate all of our data that we have already with planning, engineering, and our IT department. We have to create these complex scenario modeling so we can apply all this information. Have written analytical procedures, so we need to define where we're going with all of this information. Get legal and professional validation, and that's going to get us to these objective standards that I believe the council is looking for. One of the things that I believe is that the vehicle for compliance of this is this evacuation master plan, and the safety element calls out that we need to do this. It's going to help direct the preparation of the plan. It will serve as a coordinated implementation vehicle for the code. And so if you look at this picture, right, number one, we kind of went through it, but validate priority roadway and GIS data. We need to get out there and make sure that that data is correct. We need to consolidate the evacuation locations. We need to identify representative areas and emergency scenarios, establish criteria for comparing, piloting, and consultant modeling options, and then identify departmental ownership, staffing, and budget, and how we're going to accomplish this task. So the implementation strategy and what we're going to kind of ask you tonight is there's a couple options. One is the sequential approach, where we go phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1 would be the technical data validation and scoping. We would move to phase 2 after that point with the master plan execution or the evacuation plan execution. And then 3 would be create the policy and standards to present to you. Option B is to have 2 paths. One is to work on that technical data validation and the scoping, while track 2 is concurrently draft a skeleton policy of triggers, appeals processes, submittal requirements, using our planning and legal resources to get to that objective standard. And so the recommended action on the agenda report was to receive the AB 747 council summary and the crosswalk, and provide direction to staff to develop a scoped work plan and preliminary cost estimate for an evacuation master plan, along with any other recommendations for next steps in use of programs and technology. And that is probably the fastest you're ever going to get a presentation from me. But we are here and ready for any questions that you might have.
Okay. Do we have public?
We do not.
We do not. Okay. So we'll just go straight to council. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. Impressive, Chief Gordon. That was quite concise. Thank you. I just want to shout yes, 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 yes. This is great. I do have questions for your team, though. I think about this as a question for Jess, but maybe it's actually across everyone in that how close are we in ArcGIS to having the information we need? You know, I think about we've mapped our land uses, we've mapped our open space, we have a lot there. Is it too preliminary for me to ask you what your gut feeling is how close are we to having what we need?
We have, we have a significant amount of data that's needed. The next step is really taking that through and melding it with the modeling that we need. And we also have, they mentioned Synchro for traffic analysis and integrating that in. So we have the individual layers. The next step's making them work together.
Thank you. So Synchro, is that the software that we have, but we just don't have the consultant expertise for it yet for this specific ask?
So Synchro is a traffic engineering modeling software. Its intent is to model street segments and intersections. It's not meant to be a city-wide modeling system. It's not really set up for that. The city does have a license to utilize Synchro, but we tend to rely on consultant expertise because it is it's an in-depth software that we just don't use day in and day out as staff.
Okay, thank you. I guess that'll do it for my questions that kind of drill down a little bit. I would like to move the recommended action. So as far as providing direction to staff, Chief, I think you've got a really good outline here of what's required. I would only add that your two-phased approach instead of the three-phase seems acceptable to me in that I think we can handle moving that fast forward and combine the first initial steps and then take it in a two-phased approach. So I'll make that motion.
Okay, and with that, Deputy Mayor O'Hara. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Schaefer.
Okay, thank you, Chief Gordon, and the rest of the directors. So it's impressive to see all four directors up here doing this work. But as far as I'm concerned, I had a council initiated item this time last year that talked about GIS and getting us a recommendation what it looks like for 75,000 and 95,000 people in this town. And as we go into this planning cycle and as certain things are being thrust upon us from the state for requirements, our planning is ever more important. And this is at the nexus of some serious issues. I mean, we'll call out the Goodson project out on Ranch Santa Fe Road. Everybody in their right mind with basic logic can see what's going to happen. You don't need to have evacuation study. You don't need to have anything else other than the bottleneck that's there and 257 new locations or new tenants with however many people they have with their 2.3 cars, whatever they end up having. It's going to have its own issues. So this really is more of from my perspective, is a massive planning tool, even though it is a safety first requirement from the state with AB 747. So we start there with the safety requirement, but as we back up, as we are, in some cases required to entitle some of these projects coming in, 448 units of Quail Gardens, on top of already existing another 200 total units or 300 units with the other two complexes. So we need to have a way and to kind of stop the bleeding to some level. If we're over a point where we can't actually evacuate appropriately, as we've seen people in, like I made mention in January of 25, Camino Apartments, this is just on the tail end of literally the fires in the Pacific Palisades were still smoldering, and we were being forced to entitle a group to put in the Camino Apartments, now condos is what. We need to have a way to understand what that is doing to the safety of this town, while at the same time we had citizens in Encinitas Ranch losing existing fire insurance plans. So this is kind of the reason we have the 4 people up here that are all directors in their own department is because it's that serious. It's that level of planning that the residents, one, hold us accountable to, the state holds us accountable to, but they're forcing things on us that we cannot respond to in the requirement of what it would take to keep people alive. And again, if insurance is stepping away from our residents and the state as a whole, then we need to have a way to show the state that if you're going to force us, HCD, BONTA, to require us to put in homes, then we need to have a way to counter you when, if, and more than likely when we lose life, limb, or eyesight, something of that level. So that's why this is so significant. On top of the fact that those are all the serious requirements of what we're being tasked with and have stepped up here to do to help protect our city. However, that there's other follow-on issues with regard to, are we going to a different direction with our roadways? Are we going to roundabouts? Are we going to contraflow on El Camino Real North? Is north our primary exit? Because let's face it, south, we have to get on the freeway. We have to go on 101. I don't know what the direction is, but we need to have that kind of first and foremost. Right? Any lecture we give in this room or any lecture you give, kind of any government lecture that I've ever been a part of, the first thing they talk about are the fire exits and where the restrooms are. And but before they do anything and go on with any kind of whatever the information they're going to pass along, I'm assuming everybody up here that wears a badge or protects this city is required to talk about exits first. How many of you have had a fire happen in any of these trainings? I've never had one happen, have you? But we still talk about it first. So again, we can't really go past anything unless we talk about safety and security first for our city. And so we shouldn't be talking about gutters, we shouldn't be talking about parades, we shouldn't be talking about really another effing thing until this is figured out. And so it's a planning requirement, and it's a safety requirement, and it's a technology requirement because we have to get to the data, and then we need to be able to actually run the numbers and know how the engineering, if we can fix the problem, or if we have to deny the problem, meaning more houses, more cars, more people, more issues. So my recommendation to the group sitting here is, I don't know exactly how to figure out the problem, but I know that AB 747 is mandating that we do so. And I will take your recommendations as to how you see fit. I do want to make sure that we get certified through whatever level we have to go to. I want to make sure we get it right. This is, from the time I stood up there the first time at the podium to talk about anything in this town, it wasn't about my house losing a $500,000 view or whatever that was. It was 100% about safety on Piraeus because Piraeus Point did not have a safe walk to school. The only reason I'm up here is to protect this city. I don't give a crap about another office. I don't give a crap about anything else. I don't give a crap about skate features. I don't give a crap about anything if the city's not safe. And to have what we have in spades as the location that we have, the climate we have, the education level we have in this city as far as our residents and capability, and to add to that the money that is living in this town nowadays. If we can't do this right, then there's nobody in this state or in this country that can do it right. So I'll leave it at that, but that's what I recommend for this, is this has to get solved immediately. And I don't think we have another priority until this gets solved. So I'll rest for now.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Great sentiment. I'm happy to follow after that. First off, I know this has been a heavy, heavy lift for everybody up there, including your staff members in the city manager's office and the city attorney. And I'm so grateful to get this far. And as you heard me say many times before, this is the start, not the finish. And we're going to boogie from here. I applaud is the best word I can come up with for all the work that's gone into coming up with satisfying the Assembly Bill 747, the general evacuation plan, which I think you're spot on there. Perfect. We're all thrilled you're going there. When we look at this issue, it's a multi-layer issue the more you look at it. And it's not just, and this is speaking for our residents, right? And really what are we trying to do here? We're looking to establish safety guidelines for the city when the time comes, which is what AB 747. But we're also looking to establish safe guidelines so the city is built safely and responsibly. And that comes back to the establishment of an objective standard. When we look at, I'm going to dive into this a little bit deeper. When we look at an evacuation plan, AB 747, those are recommended routes and they're a global solution, which we need, right? We need to be able to say, hey, when there's a fire in Levenheim, you need to be able to get down Rancho Santa Fe and get by the Goodson project. Who on earth let that thing happen? And but here's how you're going to get by it. And this is where the fire department's going to be making sure you can get through. This is where they're going to be diligent in exiting things, making sure that the lights are turned off where they need to be, the signs are covered, the right people are there to help you do so efficiently and safely. That's a matter of how fast. That's a matter of capacity, and that has to do with the intersection sizes, the lights, and all the pieces that go with that. That is a global solution. Inversely, on the other end of this, what we need to be able to do is develop a project evaluation tool. And that project evaluation tool says, hey, Levenheim's on fire. And most of your people are going to say, there's no way I'm driving by Goodson Project. That thing's a nightmare and everyone's going to die. I'm taking El Camino del Norte. And that might not be on this fire map. But when we go to make an objective standard, we're going to need to look at all 10 possible routes or 20 possible routes. The least likely route, the tightest one, we have to account for that. That's the way the state has left us. The state's left us in a condition where we can't look. They want us to look at vehicle miles traveled. They want us to look at things, but they don't look at the actual level of service, how we measure roads. They don't look at numbers and capacity. And if anything, they've given us a position where if we do identify that, they trump it with VMT. That needs to be over. That time is done, and we're moving towards that time. We're going to get rid of that. It's not going to happen anymore. We need to move forward the project evaluation tool that looks at the roadways. And it's a really simple concept, and I think Councilmember Schaefer touched on it. When you have a fire exit, the fire exit is 4 feet wide, 3.5, right? So you know when you're planning a fire evacuation that that is the width and that is the space. Only so many people can go through that door at one time. And when you look at a global plan, it's a capacity of how fast. When you look at how much, you look at road width. Crystal clear. And road width becomes that evaluation. Only X number of vehicles will fit on this road at one time, any one time, and can exit and go through this road. And we can evaluate all 10, all 20, all 25 routes that don't occur on our AB 4747 file. That's where we need to get to, because that's where we can tell the state, go pound sand. We will not build if it is not safe for our residents. That's an objective standard. That's what HCD has said they will let us stand behind. They can't argue. We can go to court and we can beat them because it maths out. So I know that we have the willpower here because I've seen it in the work that's done tonight. I see it in the people sitting here. This is an amazing. I wish I was saying to the mayor, I wish this was the first item so everybody could see who has put the work in on this, because it's incredible what we've done, and it's incredible what we're going to do. I'm going to make a replacement, partially because I understand this far better than the motion maker, and I'm going to go deeper into it to make sure that we get what we need back. My motion is to do this in a concurrent approach with our global solution, and to come back with a project evaluation tool that is very specifically, get this on record, grounded in established federal life safety standards and transportation engineering methodology, using CAL FIRE evacuation zone data as inputs rather than local derived thresholds, capable of producing project-specific determinations tied to a named corridor and application date suitable for placement in a project's administrative record. Calculations independently verifiable using public available data, which we have, without dependence on proprietary models or opaque outputs. We will have more with AB 747. We already have enough now, actually, but we'll have more with that. It should be designed for consistent application across projects and where possible, adaptable for adoption by multiple jurisdictions using a shared framework. We can't send people to Carlsbad without knowing if Carlsbad can receive them. Support a clear professional, supported, signed off by a clear professional engineering validation pathway sufficient to establish findings as an expert opinion in an administrative or legal proceeding. And this is key. Must establish a nexus between quantified evacuation impacts and development impact fee authority under the Mitigation Fee Act, and specifically to develop that nexus point. Within that, we're looking for a validated analytical tool, and I wish to give the city manager's office permission to expand this group here to use of a consultant in this project up to her giving an approval capacity. And that's my motion.
You rest?
I rest, I hope for a second.
Okay. I think I need to understand a little more there. If you could bring back up I think you had a bridge in there, or your stairway. Your stairway is probably better. Yeah, and so I think I understand what you're looking for, and I agree with it in theory. And the trick is it objective? What is objective? And so I think I'm going to look to the city attorney to help opine here. If we come up with a tool, or if there is a tool made for us, or if there is a tool available out there that is objective in the legal sense of the current law, but the data that goes into it, and I think the way Chief Gordon was going after it was calling it verified local data. You got to have that verified local data that is but not non-subjective. It has to be objective. If we had an algorithm that then kerchunked through that and said that this evacuation is possible or not possible, how defensible legally? What kind of pitfalls are there? I just need to understand them to help evaluate where we're going.
Well, we are obviously starting to tread on somewhat novel ground. There aren't a lot of cities that have gone this route yet, but the design and implementation of any sort of objective standard or objective measure, it's something that's done through this sort of pathway that we are on the pathway of at the moment, right? We're still early on. But you do need to have a way that an applicant, the public, can verify that the data is accurate. So the measure has to be available externally to others. It can't just be something that we, the city, have, and then we make a determination without people being able to see behind the curtain as to why we got to a yes, a no, a certain number, et cetera. And so providing that information, making it objective and externally available, that's a key part to having an objective standard that we can then apply to a development going forward.
So if you're just
That was in my motion, just to clarify.
Well, I'm trying to understand first, and then
Right.
we'll come back because I just want to understand some of the legal guardrails that we're up against. So in the case of let's say a proprietary simulation tool of a pretty complex modeling level of traffic or evacuation route, would it have to be a published algorithm that a layperson would be able to execute, or would it be a published algorithm of fairly significant complexity that somebody else skilled in the art of traffic and evacuation engineering could duplicate?
The Housing Accountability Act talks about objective, quantifiable written development standards. It mentions, obviously, there can't be a personal or subjective judgment by a public official. It has to be uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion that's available and knowable by the applicant or proponent and the public official. That's what it says. You know, whether it can be a 50 long page formula or just a simple addition. The statute doesn't go in that level of detail, but as long as you're explaining the route in which you get to the measure and somebody else can use it, that would satisfy the statute, I believe.
Okay, so explain, it was long. Can you repeat your motion just, or give me the gist of?
Sure.
You want us to go down this path of trying to develop or developing an objective
Absolutely,
tool,
yeah. So this is for project-specific determination. So this is where your question gets answered. My motion was to calculations independently verifying using public available data without dependence on proprietary models or opaque outputs. That is directly in line with your question in the motion.
Yeah.
And all of that is available because in order to build a your general fire evacuation route plan, which again is a guideline, you have to have that same data. So you just have to learn to work it a different way and evaluate some of that models. And then the outcome of your general evacuation plan will provide additional data. So it's a great tool to add on to the pile.
And so would the consultant be engaged in order to develop an independent algorithm that doesn't rely on a proprietary tool? Is that your thought process?
So that's the thought process. Really, it is. So that's the end goal: is to develop I would call it an open source platform or an open source software or a standard or to our city attorney's point, something that can be reproduced by the engineer who is looking at the project. If that meant the staff needs that's why I added the aspect of adding a consulting. If the staff would need a consultant to help them get there, I would be very amenable to it. If they can do it themselves, even great. But I want to open that door as part of this because it's a very complicated piece. And I think we've acknowledged in our discussions, it's hard because engineering looks at engineering, IT looks at IT, planning is planning and fire is fire. And a lot of times figuring out where they all come together takes somebody to put it together.
I think the easiest way to think about this is we already do this with fire code in every building. There's a fire capacity, there's a capacity in this room. There's an occupancy pack, I can see it right there, 71. We get well over 71, so we open another spot, then we have, roads should have the same thing, right? And the same exact model.
And I think what we're talking about is a tool that generates the 71 out of known, and I was trying to understand both the objective nature and open source, I think is the key word here, open source nature of whatever tool we acquire, develop, find, and so that we can define it in an objective standard, just like we do for articulation, where we define very clear algorithm. This could be a software open source code that we have developed, and as long as we give the tool to the people and they can look at it and verify and repeat it, boom, done.
Another case in point is Newton's first three laws, right? Law of inertia, law of force, and attraction, or action and reaction.
Yeah.
Those were all presumptual and initial. So when you see a new jet comes online, a new whatever it is comes online, you have presumptions of basic avionic or aviation and aerodynamics. However, nobody knows exactly how that thing flies until they get in there. So they have a presumption up front, and I think this group would be a first of its kind. So we skipped over those first three laws so we can get on with our lives, and we come back and realize that all of quantum physics lives in the first three laws. You know what I'm saying? So it's for the most part. So the understanding is we skip over something so we can get to the place where we can actually measure this eventually. And I think other cities and other people would be able to kind of double down on their own version.
And then I don't want to take the floor from you. I don't want to just finish to answer your question real quick. The other piece of that is designed for consistent application across projects. And I think that answers to this being consistent and allowing them to.
I was just trying to. So on your staircase here, I think what you were using the bridge analogy, that you think there's a gap in there right now, and I think there is too. So I think what we're talking about is going the next step down and developing the tool or open source and engaging a consultant to help get and bridge that gap, or at least learn what it'll take to bridge that gap. Any comments you want to hop in here, Chief Gordon?
Yeah, I think when you put it that way, it still sounds easier than it's going to be.
Oh,
Right.
totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, you know, the city attorney brings up that this is a novel thing. With all the research I've been doing, there is not one city that has an objective time standard except for the Florida Keys. And the Florida Keys have an objective time standard because it's for hurricanes, and it's 24.5 hours, and they get a 3-day heads up on a hurricane that's coming, right? So we are going to be doing something new. To Deputy Mayor O'Hara's point, we have a lot of data. It's now finding out what the objective standard is for the emergency and being able to prove it, right? And I think that's where the consultants come in. That's where understanding what formulas we're going to need, what data it's going to do, and then to test it, pilot it, and see if we can get the same results time after time, so that as we go through that research and analysis piece of it, that we're not coming up with different numbers every time, so that it can be put out there.
Okay, so, and then I just wanted to point out that I went back and looked at our work plan, our city objectives, and there are actually 2 items that this speaks to directly. It is the work plan item 1.2.3, which is create and/or update the city's evacuation route and plan, and also 6.1.2, which is basically identify objective safety standards. So, you know, this is very much something in our work plan that we're working on, and I appreciate it. So I see the resources. I have no problem with even possibly going above the city manager's authority if necessary and finding the budget we need. Because as Chief Gordon said, this is a heavy lift, I think, or I forget how you said it, but this could be significant lift to get to an objective standard equivalent, you know. So with that, I'll yield and I recognize Councilmember San Antonio.
Man, this is pretty exciting stuff. I'm like really excited. I'm excited to talk to Sarah Lifton about this when I get home. Well, not tonight, but this is what she's been dreaming of. This is what she talks to me about. She's like, oh, you know, and I talk to her. This is one of the things she always talks about me when she catches me walking down the street. And I'm not even, that's no exaggeration. I mean, data before regulation. So if we, you know, you guys are telling us that we don't have the validated methodology for a project like this, but I guess, you know, the responsible approach, the way this bridge is that we got to get that data, we got to make sure it works, we get that professional validation from, you know, the consultant, and then I think once you get that methodology right, it's defensible, which is what we always talk about, right? It's got to be, whatever we do for objective standard, it's got to be defensible. I think we talked about that even with our community, the design standards.
Correct.
It's like these are exactly the kind of guardrails, and I thank you, staff, for our directors and the staff that helped put this together. I mean, this is really exciting stuff, and I know that it is novel to what city attorney says, and I know it's a lot of hard work, but just think of what this could mean for the city, for our community, and then the other communities that are watching us do this and watching you guys work on this. Just to think that you're putting something together that's never been done, and then I know it's going to be. It sounds like a lot of work, but to be able to defend that methodology and to continue to get that same outcome, it's going to be awesome. So, thanks for doing all the hard work, the heavy lifting on this. I know there's a lot more to do, but thank you.
Yeah.
So, Deputy Mayor
Quick
O'Hara.
motion to go till 10:50.
Okay. I'll second that and call the question. Yeah, haven't forgotten yet.
That motion to extend until 10:50 passes unanimously.
Was there a motion on the table?
Yeah, it's Jim's.
It was just to extend to 10:50.
Oh.
And then he already has his motion.
Joy had made a motion. I made a replacement motion.
There's a
I'll second the
yeah.
replacement motion.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, okay,
Just
quick
real
question.
quickly, there was no second to Joy's motion on the table, so that motion would die.
Okay.
So it's not
And then it goes
Unless
back.
somebody
The actual only motion.
seconds that one. Okay, so we
Robert
got
rules.
Jim with a second from Luke.
Got it. Okay, real quick, how do we get the equation for 71 people in this room.
That is going to be above my pay grade when it comes to the
Okay, that's fine.
NFPA.
Yeah.
Right. We have the National Fire Protection Agency
Okay.
comes up with all the guidelines. A good example is our response times. Right. We have to have so many people arrive on scene within this amount of time because of the calculations that they've used based on getting people and water onto a fire within 2.5 minutes, or, because that's the fire doubles in size every minute, right? So if we use the NFPA standards that we have and the data that we have, we can create some kind of formula that would get us to an outcome. I'm not saying that outcome is defensible at the moment, but there are ways for us to, try.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Chief. I'm not trying to, I don't really need the answer. My point is there is an algorithm that is used routinely across every building in this country. Okay, and this is not to you guys. This is really to the state. Who wrote this bill? AB 747. Where is their equation that we can all use? And it's pretty effed up that they didn't give us one, and that we're left to figure it out ourselves. And they actually wrote it in the same year they had the Housing Crisis Act, SB 330, and they didn't give us one. So I'm not here saying this to you guys. I'm here saying this to them. So we have no qualms on what you guys come up with because you're professionals and you're good at what you do, and I know that we'll come up with something. And like I just said, Newton's laws was what goes up comes down. If we have to start there, we'll start there, and we'll improve it as it goes along. The fact of the matter is the people that wrote this damn thing should actually give us the actual equation that we have to use to get to 71 people for a city, for how it's going to go. It's not your job. It's not any of your jobs. It's not anybody's job up here. It's the fucking people that wrote it. And that's the problem with this whole situation, is that we're here left figuring out these solutions that they're not going to give us the solutions to. And our residents can't get fire insurance if their house burns down or they lose life, limb, or eyesight. And we're required to figure this out while they keep forcing these people down our throat. So I'm not looking for you to come up with the end-all be-all solution. What I need you guys to figure out is this starting point. And we'll go far and wide with it. Because I think it's pretty effed up that the state would give us something that they can't follow through on. And that's their job. So we're here left doing it. We're going to do it in this city right because that's what we're going to do. And I think we're the top city in the country, and we're going to show that by doing stuff like this and showing that the rest of the country that doesn't have this 24.5 hours. We have severe earthquake issues. We have products running under our railroad line that would kill somebody if they got close enough, hazmat type issues. You have an earthquake big enough here, we're going to have fire, flood, tsunami, and hazmat all at once. So to keep forcing stacks of people on top of people when we don't have the fire equipment, we don't have the development plan, we don't have the GIS tool, and we don't have the engineering understanding for that is absurd, which is why I go back to my first point. There's nothing else to do until this gets done. I rest.
And Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
All right, we've got the motion. I'm grateful to have a second on it. I just want to reiterate, the work you're doing here is huge. It's giant, and obviously you get that from the passion you're seeing from the rest of the council. But I want to speak for all of our residents in the entire city that, the working with AB 747 is going to help them sleep better at night. It's going to help them feel confident. It's going to help them feel safe. And that is, I think, the greatest thing we can offer our residents. And so I'm so appreciative of it. And this idea of going the parallel path so that we can not only offer them a safe route to escape, but we can offer them confidence that we're doing things responsibly and safely. We're letting people who come here, whether they're forced to come here and build or whether we're forced to accept them or whatever, we're making sure that their safety is paramount and at the top of the list of everything, and we can enforce that safety. And I think that's the point where, to Councilmember Schaefer's, that's the point where we've all been left out in the cold. They say safety trumps it, but then they don't give us the definition of what that means. Well, if they're not going to give us the definition, let's go into their language. Let's talk in their dialogue. Let's go into the law. Let's pull up the objective standard, because they've said objective standards. Well, let's show them what the objective standard is. Let's prove it. And let's be the people that everyone says, we're doing what they're doing. I think we're the people here to do it. I think we clearly have the motivation to do it. And I'm so grateful to be part of this moment and for all of you to be here. So thank you so much. I'm going to let it go to vote unless someone else wants to speak.
I think that's,
And if I can just say, we will be, I know that Deputy Mayor O'Hara read the motion. We will make sure that we have the notes to do that, because Pete, yes. So we will have that in the minutes.
I will be happy to go through that, yes.
And I will admit that I got the beginning part, the concurrent approach with option B. I missed the middle, and then I got giving the city manager permission to expand the consultant up to the city manager spending threshold, and then I missed the 5 minutes in the
so
middle there.
in the interest of taking a little time, could you read back based on your notes? Because I want to make sure we're all voting on the same thing.
Sure. So it's,
And this will give you 2 iterations.
so the middle part was that the objective standard process should be grounded in established federal life safety standards and transportation engineering methodology. Use CAL FIRE evacuation zone data as inputs rather than locally derived thresholds. Capable of producing project-specific determinations tied to a named corridor and application date suitable for placement in project's administrative record. Calculations independently verifiable using public available data without dependence on proprietary models or opaque outputs. Designed for a consistent application across projects and, where possible, adaptable for adoption by multiple jurisdictions using a shared framework. Supported by a clear professional engineering validation pathway sufficient to establish findings as expert opinion in administrative or legal proceeding. Driving a nexus point and also a nexus between quantified evacuation impacts and development impact fee authority under the Mitigation Fee Act, Government Code 6601, ETC SEQ, is addressed.
Okay.
That was the middle piece that got missed. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Can you say it back 3 times fast?
Yeah.
No.
And I'm sorry to be redundant there, but we're late at night and we want to make sure we get it right. So with that, we'll call the question.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and that takes us on to conflict of interest filers. Introduction of Ordinance 2618, Chapter 2.12, Conflict of Interest Code. And contact person, City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item before you tonight, it proposes updates to the Encinitas Municipal Code to incorporate organizational changes reflected in the adopted fiscal year 26-27 operating budget. Government Code Section 87306.5 requires every local government agency to review its conflict of interest code on even-numbered years. The revisions recommended in draft ordinance 2026-18 align our current conflict of interest code with the structural updates adopted as part of the fiscal year 26-27 budget. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I want to move approval.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any speakers? Any public? Nope, no public. No speakers. Call a question.
That motion carries unanimously.
And let's see, we have no informational items, no council-initiated items, and we'll go on to council member reports pursuant to AB 1234.
Yep, sure. This morning I attended the Encina Wastewater Authority Board meeting.
I have nothing to report.
This morning I attended the North County Dispatch, JPA, and we've extended Chris Hessen his contract, and he's a phenomenal general manager of that department, and everything's going well up there.
Cool.
Nothing to report, except I did Councilmember San Antonio bumped into a person who received a grant from us, and she informed us of how impactful it was to the community, helped the children she worked with, and it was a pretty joyous moment. Great reminder. And on my way in, I was reminded that if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. Next.
And I also attended the Encinitas Wastewater Board this morning. And with that, we are adjourned because we have already done the other reports. Here, here. 10:35.
What's that?
I'm not going to be able to sleep.
Oh, no.